Interpreter here before we get this meeting started. Is everything okay with you?
Hello, Spanish interpreter, testing 1, 2.
Thank you, Pablo.
Hello. I don't think we need any.
I'd like to ask the interpreter currently on the Spanish channel to commence translation of the meeting. For those just joining the meeting, live translation in Spanish is available, and members of the public or staff wishing to listen in Spanish can join the Spanish channel by clicking on the interpretation icon in Zoom. On the toolbar, it looks like a globe. Once you join the Spanish channel, we recommend you shut off the main audio so you only hear the Spanish translation. Interpreter, will you please restate this in Spanish? Pablo, could you restate in Spanish?
All right. Welcome, everyone, to our September 26, 2023 Santa Rosa City Council meeting. It is now 12:33, and we will be starting our meeting, seeing a quorum. Madam City Clerk, can you please call roll?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Stapp.
Here.
Councilmember Rogers.
Here.
Councilmember Okrepke.
Here.
Councilmember Fleming.
Here.
Councilmember Alvarez.
Present.
Vice Mayor McDonald.
Here.
Mayor Rogers.
Present.
Let the record reflect all council members are present.
We will now proceed to item 2.1, which is our closed session of the day, conference with legal counsel on existing litigation. Madam City Clerk, can you please facilitate public comment on that item?
We are now taking public comment on item 2.1. If you are participating via Zoom, please raise your hand or dial *9. You will have 2 minutes and a timer will alert at the end of that period. If you would like to provide your name, please do so first before speaking. We have no one in chamber for in-chamber public comment.
We have no Zoom hands raised.
Perfect. We will now recess to closed session. Thank you.
I'd like to ask the interpreter currently in the Spanish channel to commence translation of the meeting. For those just joining the meeting, live translation in Spanish is available, and members of the public or staff wishing to listen in Spanish can join the Spanish channel by clicking on the interpretation icon in the Zoom toolbar. It looks like a globe. Once you join the Spanish channel, we recommend you shut off the main audio so you only hear the Spanish translation. Interpreter, will you please restate this in Spanish?
This is interpreter.
Could you restate, Pablo? We lost you.
The how to participate message, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Bienvenidos a esta reunión para los recién llegados. Aquellos que les gustaría escuchar esta reunión en español, interpretación en español estará disponible y los miembros o personales cuales desean escuchar en español podrán unirse al canal. Para unirse, pueden hacer clic en el icono de interpretación que aparece en la barra de herramientas de función de Zoom. Una vez se una al canal, también se recomienda que apague su audio primario para solamente escuchar la interpretación al español.
Welcome back, everyone. It is now 1:33, and we will resume our meeting. Madam City Clerk, may you please call the roll?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Stapp.
Here.
Councilmember Rogers.
Here.
Councilmember Okrepke.
Here.
Councilmember Fleming.
Here.
Councilmember Alvarez.
Present.
Vice Mayor McDonald.
Here.
Mayor Rogers.
Present.
Let the record reflect all council members are present.
We will now proceed to item 3.1 and 3.2, our study sessions for the day. Madam City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, members of council. Item 3.1 is the draft general plan, Santa Rosa Forward. If the team could calm down and please introduce yourself for the record. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor Rogers, Vice Mayor McDonald, members of the council. My name is Jessica Jones. I'm the Deputy Director for Planning. So we are here today. I'm joined here with Sherry Mead, Senior Planner, and Beatriz Guerrero-Ana, who is also a Senior Planner and an Equity and Public Health Planner here with the city. Beatriz and Sherry will be going through the presentation for you. I just wanted to give a quick overview of what we're going to be looking at today. As you know, the general plan process has been going on for a couple of years now. We've been doing a tremendous amount of outreach with the community and also work with our boards and commissions to develop a draft general plan for the city. So they are going to be going through that process that we've been through for the last 2 years, talk to you about the general plan that has been drafted to date based on all of that input, walk you through each of the chapters, and then tell you about our next steps moving forward through this process. What we are looking for from each of you is your comments and feedback and questions on the draft general plan that's been presented to date. Once we have that information, we will take that along with the comments that we've received from the public and from each of our boards and commissions that we have also visited And we'll be revising that draft general plan and coming up with a final document ultimately for council's consideration of adoption. So for process for today, if it works for the council, one suggestion, and we did this with the Planning Commission, would be to go chapter by chapter for your comments, but however the council wants to proceed with that, we're happy to take all comments and questions that you've prepared for us. So I want to thank the council and the public for the participation in this process, as well as our city staff. There's been an incredible amount of work that has gone into this and what you see today. And so we also, just to note, we also have representatives from each of the city departments who are also here in case we've got specific questions about various topics. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Sherry and Beatrice.
We always alternate who does what in these presentations, so Beatrice is going to get us started, and here she goes.
Good afternoon, City Council members, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the public, and staff that is present here joining us for this presentation. As Jessica mentioned, we really appreciate the work that all community members, as well as community partners, nonprofit organizations, as well as our city staff has put on this project. And as was mentioned before, my name is Beatriz Guerrero. I'm a senior planner for the advanced planning team, and I'm co-presenting today with my colleague Sherry Meets. And today we're presenting to you the draft general plan. Since we know that we have a fair amount of new council members, we want to go through the background on the general plan update and do a presentation of the draft and introduction, as well as let you know how our community involvement strategy has been implemented on the ground and who we've heard from and how, and also to talk a little bit more about our partnership with the public art program and how we've been engaging youth, and as well as our partnership with artists and Kinsing Creative, who has been part of this youth engagement process. And last but not least important, the next steps that we have for this general plan draft. And thanks so much for spending time with us. I want to just mention briefly that our presentation is going to be bilingual on the screens. We know we have an interpreter on the other side of the Zoom call, but we just want to make a point that more than a third of our community speaks Spanish, and we want to recognize that. And as part of the policies that we're including in the general plan on community engagement, we're talking about language access. So a big part of what we're doing today is trying to break that language barrier and including this on our presentation today. That said, I'm just going to go back to the beginning and talking about why planning is a relevant matter in our community and for any community, and why a general plan is relevant for us to be updated as a city who has been through a lot of challenges, including COVID, like any other community in the world, but also wildfires and other things that have happened in our community. So as you probably know, communities are planned thinking about where are we going to locate housing, where are we going to locate stores, where are we going to locate parks, roads, schools, and many other services that we require as community members. However, this is not the only relevant part. When we talk about a general plan update, we're also talking about all the policies that will make change in our community. And a big part of this requires us to think about people and revisiting how we're going to plan policies and programs that improve the quality of life of our community. And that said, the general plan update process that we're currently working on and that we're going to be talking about today is a process that we called Santa Rosa Forward as a branding name, Santa Rosa Avanza in Spanish. And this process has been a process that we have worked on for the last 2.5 years. And the goal of this whole process is to think about how we want to improve our city, Santa Rosa, now and into the future till 2050. So that said, we want to talk to you a little bit about the process that we have gone through, and we are currently on the draft general plan, which means we have a document that contains goals, policies, and actions that have been included throughout a process that started with our community involvement strategy, meaning we gathered, presented to City Council at the beginning of a project to let you know how we're going to engage community members, and we'll talk a little bit more about that process. We created an existing conditions report analysis and a vision statement, and what this means is an existing condition report is basically a document with demographics, data about the city, geographical information about the city, as well as many other relevant things that we need to think about the future while we do a planning process, and particularly a general plan update. The third step that we did was a land use and circulations alternatives. Sherry will be talking about it a little bit further in the process, so you know what we went through. A few of you were part of this process while we presented, because we came to council to let you know what were the alternatives, and then what was the preferred alternative that our community had chosen, and how we worked from that step to the draft general plan, which is where we are at right now. After this step, we will go through an environmental analysis and additional zoning amendments, and then a public review and adoption of the general plan. Even though it looks like we're halfway of the plan, we're more than half over the plan, because this is actually the thickest part of the process and the more dense part, where we are collecting community comments, including city council, planning commission, and every board and commission in the city, with the exception of 2 of them who we were not able to present on, but that we will be trying to include in our next round of comments. That said, we've been looking to let you know that this is a process that is still ongoing and that will be done next Sunday, the community input related to this draft. So just so you know, all the milestones reports that we have worked on are public on our website, santarosaforward.com. And as I mentioned before, we have the community involvement strategy, we have an existing conditions report, we have a briefing book that actually summarizes what we heard from the existing conditions report and makes it a more accessible document that is bilingual, English and Spanish, where we tell the community in very simple and accessible language what we found in terms of our current conditions as a city, and a vision statement, which is the guidance that we will have throughout the whole process to understand what our community wants to be like in 2050 and what we need to get there. An alternatives workbook, which shows the alternatives that we had to actually accomplish the growth that was required by our, not only the cycle of housing element, but the projection of the growth that we need to have in the next 30 years. And finally, but not less important, our final preferred alternative, which is the actual growth patterns and circulation alternatives that we concluded we needed to work on to get to the point that we are at right now, which is the draft of our general plan document. So while we present on the general plan draft, we will invite you to think a bit more about the vision that was created together with our community, because we want to clarify that this process went through a very substantial process of engagement with community members. This happened during the pandemic, but we made sure to have different ways to have communities' input on what they wanted to see in their city, on how they wanted their city to look like in 2050. And I'm just going to read the draft that was, the vision statement that was created for our draft. So when you review the document and the policies that we're including there, keep in mind that this is the thought of our community and how they wanted us to build a Santa Rosa that is heading forward. Santa Rosa is a diverse, equitable, and sustainable community built on civic engagement that empowers everyone to provide and support equal and affordable opportunities to obtain good housing, education, and jobs, to enjoy vibrant cultural events and arts, and to live healthy lives in resilient neighborhoods that adapt to social and environmental change. That said, I'm going to let my colleague Sherry Meets to talk to you about the next phase of alternatives that was established throughout this general plan update process.
Thank you so much, Patrice. Good afternoon, Mayor Rogers, Vice Mayor McDonald, and council members. I'm Sherry Mead, Senior Planner, and I'll just continue on with the presentation. So as Patrice laid out so well, there was much input from the community, from our decision makers, in terms of where we were at, developing a baseline, and then developing that vision statement that would serve as a guide for how to move Santa Rosa forward over the next several decades. And One of the things that resulted from that process was developing 3 land use alternatives, which we called preferred land use alternatives. The first one was established corridors, and it was really building off of the downtown station area specific plan, where most of the growth was city-centered, focused on that downtown core area. And then also the second alternative is neighborhood main streets, which again focused on city-centered growth, but also looked at areas of the community which are called areas of change. I'll get more into that in a bit, but areas of the community where there was already really good start to creating what's called a complete neighborhood, which is somewhere that a person could meet all of their needs, the services they require within a 15-minute bike or walk. So there were 21 of these areas identified. You can see that in the second alternative. The third alternative was called housing everywhere. It was really just dispersed housing, status quo, similar to what is allowed in the general plan that is currently active for the city. So those were the 3 alternatives that we took out to the public, that we took to the City Council, Planning Commission, and got as much feedback as we could. Uh-oh, there's a missing slide. So we developed a preferred alternative map, which is actually a combination of the first and second alternative. So what that did was it still kept that city-centered growth and included the 21 areas of change. So all of that work, all of the visioning, all of the baseline establishing through the existing conditions has led us to where we are today, which is, as Beatrice said, we have a draft general plan. This is the exciting part. We take all of that information and synthesize it into a document that contains the goals, policies, and actions that will achieve the vision and the goal for the city over the next 30 years. So the plan is laid out with a certain hierarchical strategy where the highest level are goals, and the goals are the aspiration. They're what we want to see, the end stage of the city by 2050. The policies regulate the activities and guide implementation to achieve a goal. And then actions are measures, techniques, programs, anything intended to implement one or more policies that help us to achieve those goals. Those end states, like I said, that we're really looking toward achieving. General plan, why have one? Well, first of all, it makes for good planning, right? It helps establish department work plans, helps decision makers, helps members in the community know what they're looking at in terms of land use, zoning, all sets the stage for zoning, all of that. But it's also a requirement. California requires all cities, counties, and jurisdictions to have a general plan. And not only do they require a general plan, they have certain elements that you have to address. Everyone addresses them. You can see them indicated in the graphic in green. So that includes things like land use, circulation, safety, noise, housing, but Santa Rosa looks beyond that. What makes Santa Rosa special is that we care about quality of life and what makes Santa Rosa so livable. So we have included optional elements, which is allowed by the state, and actually carry the same weight, if you will, as a required element. So anything that we include in the general plan, whether it's optional or required, is considered to be the same level of importance. So some of the optional elements that we have included are in the existing general plan. We're just carrying them forward, and that includes urban design, historic preservation, art and culture, hillside policies, parks, youth, family, and seniors. But this year, we're also doing some new elements that we think are pretty darn exciting: community health, equity, climate resilience, and greenhouse gas reduction. It's important to note that this is the first general plan that will have an environmental justice element, which is a requirement by the state, but also I think we'd do it anyways because that's who we are in Santa Rosa. And the draft that you were given to review and comment on does not include the housing element. And the reason for that is y'all already did it earlier this year. So the housing element is adopted on an 8-year cycle, and the most recent City of Santa Rosa housing element was adopted in February of this year, certified by the California Housing and Community Development Department in April. So it will be included in your final general plan, but we're not taking comments on it because it's already been acted on. So now I'm going to turn it back to Beatrice.
Thanks, Sherry. The map that we're showing on the screen is an equity priority areas map. Why are we creating this map? First of all, because we wanted to identify the areas of the city that have been disinvested. And how are we doing this? We're using part of Metropolitan Transportation Commission methodology on equity priority communities. The reason that we did our own methodology was because we wanted to be more granular at a level of census block level instead of census tract level, which is a smaller size area for our jurisdiction. And specifically, what are we identifying in here? We are identifying areas that were disinvested due to different types of policies, as well as segregation policies that come way beyond our time as city council and staff members. However, we considered that it was really relevant to align to Plan Bay Area 2050, and there are 3 layers that I identified in this purple layer that we're showing up in the city's map. Number 1, low-income communities, that shows that the 75th percentile of low-income communities, meaning people who live in poverty, and also the largest percentage of people of color who live in these areas. The reason that we are using this variable that has been adopted from MTC's methodology, as I mentioned, is because we know that segregation was an effect of the policies that were implemented by federal government and local governments in the past. So to actually identify these areas, we used those 2 variables, and we added Cal Enviro Screen 75th percentile, which means the areas that are more highly polluted in the city. So those are 2 census tracts, the ones on southwest area, and that's how this map was created. The reason that we created this map was to identify the areas and prioritize investment in different types of policies, but that including transportation, active transportation, as well as many other policies to improve the quality of life of these areas and the health and environmental justice situation.
So the next map that was created through this process identifies those areas of change that I mentioned earlier. There are 21 of them, and what they represent are places where the city will focus efforts on addressing housing services, connectivity, transportation network, and/or infrastructure needs to make these complete neighborhoods. And again, what we're looking at here is yes, city-centered growth, but also neighborhood-focused growth. And these areas represent places where we really envision that being possible. So there are also policies called out in the general plan that address areas of change specifically. Okay, now I'm going to just do a high-level overview of each of the chapters. Most of the chapters, actually all of the chapters, contain elements that have been combined together because there's a synchronicity between the 2 of them in terms of how they relate to the overall structure and building of the community. So the first chapter, substantive chapter, is the land use and economic development chapter, and it looks at the ways that the city moves around. It looks at roads, streets, it looks at how the city is built. It looks at pretty much anything that relates to the built environment, but it also looks at more than that. It considers things like how the city will ensure that growth and change serve the community's needs, protect the environment, improve fiscal stability, and enhance the quality of life. So one of the new measures that is included in this chapter is that we require construction mitigation for any development within 500 feet of the busiest parts of State Route 12 and Highway 101. So that's to protect the residents from air pollution that can be caused by those strong vehicular areas. And most of the areas that we're talking about, especially along the 101 corridor, are also areas that have been identified as having higher levels of pollution. Another kind of exciting thing is the way we're viewing economic development is also neighborhood centered. We're really looking at ways that we can encourage growth within a neighborhood so that somebody can maybe, work within their home or have micro and entrepreneurial spaces to combine uses, like having a space that maybe is set up to be where YouTubers go take pictures, but also have cooking facilities for somebody that does that, or a yoga studio. So kind of a combined look at ways of folks being able to start a business without a huge amount of investment. We're also looking at approving farmers markets in any commercial shopping centers. So that's another exciting part of the land use and economic development chapter. Oh, I went too fast. Well, that was the Spanish. I keep forgetting that I need to give time to the Spanish slides, so forgive me. Chapter 3, circulation, open space, conservation, and greenhouse gas reduction. Again, you can probably envision how all of those things work together to create an area where we're moving people through the city in the most effective ways possible, but we're also looking at considering how open space and conservation also can mitigate greenhouse gas reduction in addition to just providing visual enjoyment, natural resource conservation like plant and wildlife habitat, creek corridors, hillsides, and soils. The greenhouse gas reduction strategies that are included in this chapter focus on transportation and energy, whereas there are throughout the general plan policies, goals, and actions related to greenhouse gas reduction. And I should also call out that we are creating a greenhouse gas reduction strategy. It's currently in the draft stage that we're working with the consultants on doing some finessing to, and that's going to replace our community-wide climate action plan. So there's going to be a lot of measures taken from the general plan that you already see, but also some new innovative ideas to how we're going to reach our climate neutral goals and also meet the state targets that are required. So that'll be one of the next steps in the process too, is having that document to bring forward. Chapter 4 is urban design, historic preservation, arts and culture. This is one of the chapters that is purely optional, but as I mentioned before, Santa Rosa is very interested in improving quality of life. We look at the importance of developing a sense of place and how important art is and historic resources to connecting people, promoting cultural inclusion and diversity, creating pride in where we live, and also a sense of community. Plus, both art and historic preservation can increase tourism, so they are considered an economic driver, and they just inspire people to want to come to Santa Rosa and live in Santa Rosa. So some of the new ideas are focusing on allowing people that are interested in preserving their historic properties, trying to make that a little bit easier, identifying any obstacles that are created by the city's current processes. And what that could look like is allowing entitlement for a landmark alteration permit to happen at the same time as a building permit review. We're also looking at where large canopy trees could be a real benefit to the city, not only just to improve streetscape, but would also help with the urban heat island effect and make it more, what we're looking for is trying to get people out of their cars. So it's another way to increase the likelihood that people will do the walking, biking, and rolling in other ways. So that'll be one of the things that we focus on in equity priority areas, because there has been a deficit in those areas, but we're also looking at it obviously citywide. So, and I did it again. So chapter 5, this is a meaty one. It's safety, climate resilience, noise, and public services and facilities. This chapter looks at everything that Santa Rosa has faced and could face. It evaluates potential hazards. It looks at how we can mitigate those hazards, how we develop our emergency services responses to those potential hazards. It looks at noise as one of those required elements. So we had to put it somewhere. It seems to fit in best here because noise again affects quality of life and safety. public services and facilities. That looks at our stormwater, our water, our creeks, everything that is related to that type of infrastructure. It also looks at police and fire. It looks at education. And then climate resilience is a new one for us this year. And again, it's looking at how Santa Rosa is going to adapt to the changing climate. We've already seen that we have dealt with some of the issues related to a changing climate. And so these are some new policies and ideas that will help us address those potential things. We also are including information regarding just all of the city services related to solid waste. All of that is included in this chapter as well. And now I'm going to turn it back over to my colleague, Beatrice.
Thank you, Sherry. I'm going to talk to you about the last element that we included in this general plan draft, and it's health equity and environmental justice. This element has a fair amount of policies that are new to our general plan because, as Sherry mentioned before, our environmental justice requirement is a new one based on SB 1000. And that said, we thought that health and equity made total sense to be included in this same chapter because it's very much connected to environmental justice objectives and goals. And we talk about a lot of different topics, including health. And we know we don't have a health department that is operated by the city. We have that at a council level, but at a county level. However, we are responsible for a big part of built environment, and understanding the social determinants of health was something that the portrait of Sonoma inspired us to do. And this is how we're connecting the dots with the actions that the city actually has responsibility on. Talking about that, we have a fair amount of goals connected to health, to food and urban agriculture, access to food and urban agriculture. We also have a fair amount of policies connected to violence prevention and equitable policing. We have a fair amount of goals connected to parks, as well as youth and family and seniors. And connected to the main new ideas that were included in this element, we are talking about health in all policies, which is a new view where we ensure that the city focuses their decisions on putting health as a main concern that we have for our community, not only talking about the lack of disease, but also thinking about how can we impact the quality of life through the actions that we create through government, and specifically local government. We also are talking about restrictions connected to tobacco and alcohol, specifically focusing on neighborhoods that have over-concentration, and particularly talking about equity priority areas that actually have the largest concentration of establishments that sell alcohol to people. Also, we are requiring supermarkets as well as other stores to sell fresh produce, and we can discuss a little bit more about what we've been hearing from the community in connection to this, because we have had a fair amount of feedback. We also require an additional review to chain restaurants, and I want to explain a little bit more about this because we've heard community feedback from this, and we actually agree with a fair amount of it. We included this because we know chain restaurants are over-concentrated in neighborhoods of color and low-income neighborhoods, and the reason that this happens is because a lot of the people who live there do not have the capacity to buy fresh produce. So this is connected with the food desert conversation, trying to address availability of produce for communities that are lower income. Since, as you can see on the maps that we presented on the general plan, a fair amount of the food deserts or food equity priority areas are areas that are also low income. So we're trying to address this and give different options to communities. And that said, we also are including policies allowing all forms of urban agriculture, including rooftops, indoor, and other gardening options for community members. And that said, it connects to some of the things that we heard from community members. But particularly, I want to mention the engagement work that we've been doing with youth to connect these ideas with that part, because we heard a fair amount of this environmental justice policies coming from our youth, and I want to highlight this because we did a very specific focused effort to work with young community members, since in the past steps of the general plan, we had a very small percentage of community members who were under 24. So after our preferred alternative engagement, we decided we were going to start engaging with younger members of the community in a very focused way. That said, we have a community involvement strategy that came to council at the beginning of this project. For this stage of the general plan update process, we did 5 particular methods to gather community input. First, we hosted bilingual community open houses and pop-ups. 5 of our open houses were a workshop-style event. We hosted 1 on each quadrant of the city, plus 1 that was a partnership with the county and the Food System Alliance that let us talk specifically about food access and urban agriculture, which were 2 topics that were coming from the community. We actually had some ideas about including the policies, but they were very actively guided by community members and nonprofit organizations. We also had a 1 virtual workshop that happened on Zoom, and we went to 10 different events and hosted pop-ups throughout the city where people were already gathering at, and we presented maps, and all the same information that you're hearing from us today was presented to them in a way smaller space and period of time, so people could know about the project and also get access to our online survey, which is the second method of collection of information that we did. This survey is available on our website, santarosaforward.com, both in English and Spanish, and we will be closing this survey next October 1st, so Sunday would be the last day to provide information on this online survey. After that, we also created a Conveyo app. This is a city platform that lets us host the whole document and each piece of each chapter of the document for review for those folks who want to see the document and provide very specific input on it. And we're collecting this till October the 1st too. So whoever wants to provide a very specific and targeted review can do it in this app. In relationship to other methods that we used, we also received comments through email, santarosaforward@srcity.org, and all the emails of planners. We have been collecting all these comments, as well as comment forms that we have on our website, which is santarosaforward.com. Last but not least, we're waiting to review all the demographics and data from the collection of information that we've been doing with the community. And the same way that we identified that young people were not responding as much as the percentage of young people that we have in the city, we're trying to see what other equity priority populations of the city require us to put additional attention to get community input. That said, we focused, as I mentioned before, youth as one of the groups that we needed to address more and to do a specific engagement. And I want to highlight the partnership that we had with the Santa Rosa's Public Art Program and Kinsiv Creative. This work was a series of art engagements that we did with 7 local artists that have been helping us with expanding our participation of youth. And when I say youth, we're talking about 5 to 24 years old community members of Santa Rosa. And we were focusing this engagement on health and environmental justice to actually add more policies to our Chapter 6 element of health, equity, and environmental justice. And I want to highlight the 3 main things that we focused on. The first one was a coloring book, a bilingual one that you actually have on your place that we wanted to share with you, because this is something that let us get into schools in grades 3 to 8 on the topics of health and environmental justice, and was developed by one of our local artists, Blanca Molina. It was distributed to schools, organizations, nonprofits, art organizations, and our partners in Kinsim Created collected the documents and actually were able to gather input. We're receiving a document that is a report on all the information that we gather from this event set. And as you can see around, we actually have an installation that has all the information and all the art processes that we had, and it's up there. And we'll be partnering with different organizations to bring young members of the community to watch what they have created and let them know what was included in our general plan thanks to the input that they provided. For us, this is a really relevant partnership because we're also bringing young members to see what is happening in City Council and to show them that this is a place that they belong to, and that they can come and provide their feedback and opinions, and also become at some point council members or staff at the city. And we want to highlight that effort because this is not an only engagement that we want to do once, but we want this to be a long-term partnership with different organizations that are helping us address this deficit of connection with youth. In relationship to an art installation, we hosted 4 workshops that were facilitated by Erica Lutz and Brianna Hendren for high school students. This data was collected through different workshops, as I mentioned, and you can see some of the outputs that we got from young community members. And the data collected became an art installation that we actually hosted in Courthouse Square. And this was an art installation that reflected the dreams of Santa Rosa youth. Last but not least, we have a song and music video connected to the general plan update. How was this song and music video created? We had 4 poetry workshops that were facilitated by Kayara Patton at Santa Rosa Junior College, together with the Black Student Union and our juvenile hall. The data that was collected through this method was turned into a song and a music video that reflects and uplifts the hopes of youth, and it relates to the community health and well-being. So it was part of the collection of information that we did for our general plan update, particularly focused on our health, equity, and environmental justice element. And I just want to show a few pictures for the public who does not have the coloring book in their hands to see what we gave to youth and some of the mapping that was done so youth can identify where in the city they live and what's around their neighborhood. I also want to show some pictures of how our youth started engaging with the art installation and also provided us input through some of the comments that they wanted to see in the city. And you can see in some of the pictures we have a lot of comments connected to food access, a lot of comments connected to housing, a lot of comments connected to climate change and what our youth is concerned with. And these photographies are from Genesis Botello, who was one of the artists who was also engaged in this process. And I don't know if it's possible for me to share the video or if you are going to do it directly from the city clerk's computer. I'm happy to do it anyway. Thank you.
And while we wait for that to be set up, it's important to also highlight that we developed a partnership with Montgomery High School, where the consultant team as well as city staff worked with 2 professors of geography and history to develop a curriculum that the Montgomery High School students actually worked on to learn about planning, learn about the profession, learn about the general plan, what that means. And then they did a project, a self-selected group project where they would select something from the general plan and do a bunch of research and work that all culminated into presentations that were shared before city planning staff. So that was another thing, not necessarily art, but definitely a way to reach the youth, and it's something we're hoping to continue throughout the city at different high schools as we move forward.
What would life look like 30 years from now? I wanna know. For myself, my town, my family, my child. I wanna know. And as I sit here thinking about this life reimagined in this Santa Rosa dreaming, yo, cause as it's currently constructed, yo, it's hard for me to trust it, trying to get from A to B with no access to buses, GMO up in our lunches, at the air I'm throwing punches. Honestly, the whole thing makes me sick to my stomach, and we could really talk that talk, but they don't wanna touch it. I wanna see like Fannie Lou, so we can discuss it. We can talk about it. All of the tears dropped in a bucket. If you ask me, the whole thing needs some reconstruction, fixing it. It ain't cosmetic or prosthetic. If it ain't inclusive, I don't get it. Cause if you get it, she get it, he get it. Why can I get it? Or we get it, yo, we get it. We need love, we need care. fair. We need help, we need help. That's intact and that's fair. I wanna know, 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 I wanna know.
How do they ignore the lies? People striving for their lives, trying to find possible ways around. Are they that blind to see the death rates rise?
Ooh. How could they ignore the light? How could we need it to grow? Only darkness in sight. I wanna know. And as I sit here thinking, it will be a slice of heaven with sustainable living. But clean parts designed to hold space for our children. Cease the gang and gun violence. Just a few things that I'm feeling. We at the bottom. Only way to go is up. The water pours the same, but we drinking out of different cups. My mental health needs fine tuning. I'm flesh and blood. My God, I'm only human. It sounds a little crazy, but it's not impossible. And get some rest for those working in the hospitals. Abolish red line barricades. I've been soaked in the pain, but healing is a marinade. The underpaid deserve a raise and a parade. The road to redemption, destination, happy days. We need space, we need rest, to rectify all the mess. We need a break from all the stress, so we can do what we do best. I wanna know, 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 yeah, I wanna know, I wanna know, I wanna know. Today is March 27, 2023, my last day in jail. It is a long day, and my mood is happy and nervous. If you are reading this, you are hopefully a free man. I hope you're living in a house with a little yard. I wish your mental health will be better and that you're able to be treated when it isn't. I hope that you're married with 2 kids. I really hope that your family is happy. I wish for the well-being of Santa Rosa with better mental health services. Do black voices matter? Brown voices matter? Queer voices matter? Do all voices matter? Young voices matter? Poor voices matter? Do broken voices matter? Hurt voices matter? Do the voices matter? Stories written from sorrow, but we desire laughter. When you receive an action plan, what you gonna do after? Put it all in motion. Bring light to the hopeless. Come down to our city blocks, so you can see just how we rock. Can we grow? Can we love? Can we live? Can we live? Can we change? Cause the pain can remain. Nothing less, cause we deserve the best. Give me liberty and life, cause it's vital for our survival. We need change, it's gonna come. Can't have the rain without the sun. Just want a piece of the pie. Just gave you hella reasons why. I wanna know, 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 I wanna know now.
Thank you so much for watching the video with us. For us, it was important to show you what our artists had worked on, but also how our youth feels about being included and wanting to participate more on the decision-making of the city. And we just wanted to bring this to you and make it a way to close how we did on engagement and what else we're expecting to keep doing. To close this presentation, we want to let you know that when we close the outreach next Sunday, we will summarize all community comments and feedback, including the comments that we get from you today, and we will include this input to refine the general plan. So we're welcoming all the comments and questions that you have and things that you want us to provide more attention to. And after this, we will provide the greenhouse gas reduction strategy, which is the document that Chair was mentioning early on, connecting all the dots of our GHG reduction policies. And this will have a public review and engagement process. Then we will continue with our environmental impact report public review and present the final general plan and environmental impact report for adoption, and including the EIR certification. So that will be the end of the process, and we are ready to respond to any questions and comments that you have today. Thank you so much for hearing the presentation and walking with us through all the process.
Thank you so much for the presentation and also for your diligence and love for our community to really go out there and get answers. So thank you. Are there any questions from council members? Councilmember Rogers?
Well, first of all, thank you so much for all of the effort. And I know I've had a chance to talk through some of this with you as well. But if you'll indulge me, I think that there's some good questions, and I think it leads towards what we are trying to accomplish with the general plan update. First of all, I wanted to thank the community for participating as well. And you do see the touch points as we go through this. First question I had for you was really about the environmental justice element. And I know, Sherry, you highlighted how excited we are to have that in the plan, and it's new for us and it's new required for the state. We obviously have done a number of efforts through the SEED Collaborative, and have we had an opportunity for SEED to evaluate our environmental justice element of this general plan, and how does it dovetail with broader city goals?
We have not checked this document with the SEED Collaborative team, but we're actually very excited to do so, and we will check in to see if their project includes providing input to this, but we'll try to do it as soon as possible, and we'll send that email today after this meeting. Thank you so much.
Perfect. And I know, depending on what the timeline looks like for bringing this back for final approval, whatever the final amount is, we could potentially have our equity officer back in hired at that point, and so perhaps that person would be able to evaluate it as well. On action 2-1.9, there's a specific, and I think I need the city manager for this, so I'll come back to it in just a minute. For action 2-1.20, it says that we would update the UGB so that it is coterminous with the city's sphere of influence. My understanding is that that's backwards.
That's exactly right. For some reason, whoever typed this had a moment where they just reversed it. So it's actually in process now. LAFCO will be updating that for us, but the policy as written is reversed, and we will definitely fix that in the next iteration.
Perfect. Action 2-2.10, it says that we will maintain our priority development areas. My understanding is that the priority development areas come in partnership with MTC. How do those priority development areas align with our wildland urban interface, particularly given the council's previous stance on not putting high density housing into high fire areas?
I'm checking to see if we have one of our fire representatives on the call. I can't see that we do. Can you make that go like that? It appears that we don't have someone there. I do know that Fire looks at any development proposals that we get and reviews everything against, obviously, the general plan and zoning, but also the community wildfire protection plan, which is updated every 5 years, and you guys will get, annual reports on that. But it's definitely something that we can have that bigger conversation and make sure that anything we include in here is accurate.
And I do see Chief Westrop, I think.
Oh, is he on? Great. Yes, if we could unmute or promote Chief Westrop.
Good afternoon, I'm on, and Fire Marshal Lowenthal is on as well. If we could promote him, please. There we go. So good afternoon, Council, Mayor Rogers, members of Council, Scott Westrop, Fire Chief. Thank you, Councilmember Rogers, for your question. I'll have Fire Marshal Lowenthal jump on and answer that question for you.
Thank you, Mayor Rogers and Vice Mayor McDonald, members of the council, for the question. We are actively looking at the perimeters of our current wildland urban interface, but we're not just looking at the wildland urban interface. We're also looking at any potential changes to the very high fire hazard severity zones within our community. So there is the potential that our existing wildland urban interface fire area could change based on some of the recommendations that are coming out of the Board of Forestry and California State Fire Marshal's office through their process. And one of the things that we're also looking at is the potential to analyze and evaluate the risks associated with whether it's high density housing or different types of occupancy uses within our wildland urban interface fire area as something that we'll be exploring as part of the general plan.
Great, thank you so much. For action 2-3.1, I was hoping that in a future iteration we can add to it and historic character. That's the section that talks about having respect for the basic character of a neighborhood, and also I want to make sure that it includes our historic districts. Action 2-3.5 says that we will essentially require the medium and high level of the density for each site that we're developing. Why don't we just make that the floor then, is my question.
Yes, thank you, Councilmember, for that question. So this is actually a policy that was included in our existing general plan and has been carried over to the current general plan. It's something that we require of any project in these areas unless they have certain exceptions as to why they can't meet the midpoint. And it's something that, to my knowledge and my time here at the city, has not been an issue with development in these areas, and something that we wanted to continue forward in order to, to gain that higher density, but still allow lower end as necessary depending on site development. But should the council want to make changes to that, we're happy to do that.
Great, thank you. For 2-5.7, it calls out identifying gaps in broadband. We also lost a number of cell phone towers in the 2017 wildfires and have quite a few cell phone gaps as well, not just broadband. So I'm hoping we can add cell phones in there as well. Madam City Manager, if I could ask a specific question for you. In action 2-1.9, it says prepare a specific plan for the South Santa Rosa Avenue annexation area. One of the proposals that we've heard is for a planned development. Have we determined whether or not a specific plan is required? And if not, would it be premature to put that into the general plan just based on the level of planning that goes into a planned development already?
Thank you for the question. We have actually discussed that. We will move at the direction that we receive from council, because I think that's technically a policy decision. We just need to know whether or not you want a specific plan or not. I have talked to the developers as well, and I did talk to the executive team about it. So we're ready to go with whatever direction you want us to proceed.
Okay, I don't have a set direction that I'm offering today. I'm just going to be asking about whether or not, before we finalize our general plan, if we could make that determination. I'd hate to add more time to the development timeline without an added benefit. So I'd want to better understand what do we get from the specific plan versus the way that it's been laid out so far.
Yeah, thank you. And I would also ask for additional clarification from staff on what that means for the general plan as a whole.
Right. For action 2-5.12, it evaluates procurement. I'd love for us to have something about our local preference in there. to make sure that we are strengthening and investing in our own community with the purchasing power of the city. And then, I apologize, it's a long document. I think this question might be for Rachel specifically. We have had an opportunity to evaluate some on-demand services for transit, specifically related to paratransit and SMART. There's an entire section that calls out the delivery of service for paratransit, which we know is more expensive per capita and might be better suited both for the budget as well as the needs of the community with on-demand. Is there anything that we've gleaned from that we can pull into the general plan?
I would just say that, we could certainly highlight that more directly within the general plan as something we want to explore. I think the circulation section has several actions related to evaluating different types of services, and there might be something we can expand on within that section. I'll just comment that that is an active inquiry through the Sonoma County Transportation Authority's integrated service plan among the bus operators. We're specifically looking at microtransit applications in Sonoma County where they might make sense. And so I think that effort is also reflected within some of the actions in terms of the integration work. So I think we have that covered more generally, but if it would be valuable to point it out a little bit more explicitly, we can do that.
I think just a nod to other forms of delivery of service would be really effective for us. Again, it's a general plan. I don't need to get too specific, but I did highlight in that section.
Great, thank you.
We received quite a few emails from folks about what I think is policy 3-1.1, really centered around establishing specific targets for vehicle miles traveled reduction. And I'm wondering if there's an opportunity for us to be a little bit more direct in what we're trying to achieve there.
We read the emails and also the letters that we received from plenty of organizations as well as residents who were supporting the policy, and we're working with our transportation team to adjust that BMT target. Just to clarify, I think the understanding that we had established a very low BMT target was based on an image that we have on the element number 3. That element was not establishing a target; it was just a projection of what we would have within the year 2050. To clarify, we're trying to do that, and we are already working on some policies with the transportation team, since we know BMT is 60% coming from transportation. So that said, yes, we'll be addressing that. We are currently working with the transportation team to do that.
All right, I appreciate that. And yeah, we did an analysis through SCTA that almost 80% of trips are under 5 miles round trip. San Francisco, in one of their climate elements, actually did a really interesting analysis where they looked at what percentage of individuals would they need to shift onto bicycles, pedestrians, or public transit to meet their vehicle mile traveled reduction goals. And so that might be interesting for us to see and to update periodically as well. Action item 3-1.2, it says require an analysis of projected VMT as part of the environmental review process for projects with potential to increase vehicle miles traveled. But then action item 3-1.3 right after says to come up with a screening tool to determine which projects need to have that same analysis done. It seems either redundant or conflicting, and I'm not quite sure which.
So we're fortunate enough to have our transportation planner, Tarina.
Excellent.
And she's going to come down and address that for you, far more eloquently than I could try.
Good afternoon, Tarina Wilson, Transportation Planner. We agree, and we've already provided the comment that we would like to remove action 3-1.3, so that'll be removed. And then we have a number of other edits to the policy 3-1.1 section, because we already have an adopted or a draft VMT threshold that we've been using for the past several years. I think it was June 2020 when we started using that, and it's worked quite well. And so we'll end up having that adopted as part of the general plan, so there's a formal adoption process. And then a lot of the other actions that are under policy 3-1.1, we're already working with SCTA pretty closely. And so some of them are redundant and would end up being complete probably within a year and a half after adoption.
I love it when somebody already has a fix to questions that I have. Thank you so much for that.
I'm wondering if while we have our transportation planner down here, do we want to maybe consider grouping the questions if anybody else has one, rather than have her have to get up and down?
Are there any other council members that have questions? Oh, okay, thank you so much.
That solves that question. Thank you.
Rogers?
Thank you. And I just want to really call out how much I appreciate the transit section, in particular for the climate action subcommittee that we have. It reads like a roadmap of things that we can start to work on. I particularly like the employee TDM program. I like the EV infrastructure and new development program, and I'll come back to that one in a few minutes. I wanted to call out and appreciate that Jason Nutt found a way to slip the Farmers Lane extension back into this one. That's action item 3-1.19. Fighting the good fight, Jason, I appreciate it. For action 3-1.27, which looks at traffic calming, I want to make sure that we clarify in there bike and pedestrian friendly traffic calming. And when Jessica and I were talking earlier, the example that I used is some of our speed bumps don't have the grooves that allow bicyclists to keep going through. Typically, it's not bicyclists that we're worried about with the speed bumps. And so I want to make sure we call that out. For action 3-2.5, our Vision Zero, I want to make sure that we add in a rapid response component. It's actually in the Vision Zero plan that we talked about, that when a collision occurs at an intersection, we put up a temporary but quick and visible fix for folks so that they don't get completely off-put from utilizing other modes of transportation. And I'd like to build that into our plan. Action 3-2.2, really through 2.26, are all around standards for bike lanes. And I just want to make sure that we're writing it in a way that has class 4 bike lanes as the preferred default that we do, and force the discussion back the opposite direction. Don't prove to us that a class 4 is safe. Prove to us that if you're not going to do a class 4, that you've got a different alternative that is also safe. But I want to make sure that we are deferring to what's going to get folks out of their cars and make that transition. We talked a little bit about, in the plan, preserving our critical wildlife habitats, and I wanted to call out specifically, we hear every year about bird nesting season on West 3rd, and I would love to see some acknowledgement in the general plan of that. We do call out other areas that have nesting season or that have other types of critical wildlife interests, and so I just want to make sure we put that in the plan as well. And I apologize, everybody, I'm almost done. Policy 3-4.4 talks about reorienting buildings onto the creek. I want to make sure that that's reflective of creeks and greenways. Specifically with the approval of the Southeast Greenway, I want to make sure that we have in the general plan a requirement to keep eyes on that gem as we build it. We've seen sort of what's happened on the Prince Memorial Greenway by allowing people to turn their backs to the creek, and it just makes it a safer and more usable environment. So I want to make sure we build that specifically into the plan. Action 3-4.34, it says eliminating retail drive-throughs. Is that going to include fast food, restaurants, pharmaceuticals? Is it intended to be everything for drive-throughs?
As written, it is everything. It's all inclusive. That's a great question. We're obviously, ready to take direction if you feel that we should exclude certain uses from that, but as written, it would eliminate all new drive-through uses.
All right, great, thank you. For action 3-4.33, it says get all new developments EV ready. but then that conflicts with action 3-1.16, which would require EV infrastructure in new developments. So I'd like to eliminate the EV ready in exchange for having EV in the developments as at least the discussion that we have. Policy 3-5.1 is inconsistent with our net zero energy goals, and I mentioned this already to Sherry. It looks a little ridiculous in the document that you have an overarching goal that says carbon neutrality by 2030, regardless of how difficult that's going to be for us to get there. And then literally the next bullet point is that we'll get 85% reductions by 2045. I think we stick to what our climate mobilization strategy and our climate emergency resolutions say, and even if it's an aspirational goal, that we keep that consistent. Action 3-5.14, I want to remove the word consider. So it currently reads, consider updating the zoning code to require use of low carbon construction materials. We're far enough along in this path of having a discussion and really trying new technologies that I don't want to just consider them. I want us to actively pursue them. There's nothing in our plan about reduction of plastics. And so I would love for us to, whether it's in the environmental justice section or in one of our other elements around open space, health, there's plenty of tie-ins for plastics, and specifically, and I was saying this earlier, I know Jennifer Burke will kill me to keep saying this, specifically plastic turfs that then lead to an exacerbation of the heat island effect while also putting more microplastics that break down into our waterways. You do a really good job of addressing later in it the heat island effect. I think that we've got some really good plans, but I would like to see a little bit more on, I think it's section 5-6.18, which talks specifically about, or excuse me, 5-6.5, cooling strategies for outdoor workers. We know particularly for farm workers and others who are working outside all day that in the summer, we need to have strategies in place as we see the impacts of climate change on them. So I like that we call it out. I just like a little bit more. For our arts section, I love a nod to our neighborhood organizations, some empowerment for them to be able to do community art in their neighborhood rather than just having all of it rely on the Arts and Public Places Committee, but really whether it's the West End Neighborhood Group, the JC Neighborhood Group, give them tools to be able to do their own artwork or to participate in their own artwork. And I'll call out specifically, we had neighbors did the crosswalks over in the Burbank Garden area with flowers, and it looked wonderful, and I know that that was an effort from the city. I want us to prepare for bidirectional charging infrastructure when we talk about EVs. And last thing, and then I'll turn it over to my colleagues, I'd love some form of a nod in our community engagement section to participatory budgeting to better engage our neighborhoods in how we're spending some of our city resources. But again, thank you so much. It's a really good plan. I just wanted to make sure that those things were highlighted.
Councilmember Okrepke.
Thank you very much. First, thank you to everyone who participated in this. This was a very, I don't even know if heavy lift is the right word. It seems like a Herculean task at times, and the amount of outreach that you've done is spectacular at all levels, including the outreach to high school students. I'd like to see some of our higher learning institutions copy that as well. That was a not so subtle comment to my colleague at the other end of the dais. But real quick, a couple of things. Can you go more into the further review that you intend to put on chain restaurants? While I understand and I completely agree with the socioeconomic challenged areas being a heightened target for those kinds of institutions, I do think there is an opportunity for to look at those in corridors that are heavily traversed and pass-throughs through our community for those that can it's basically easily get on and off of 101, grab some food and go. I'd rather have them get that here than in one of our neighbors' cities. Can you describe that a little bit?
Yeah, we can describe a little bit more on the specific additional revision. Basically, what we would, the policy says adding a conditional use permit to the review, and it would be for restaurants that have more than nine restaurants in the Bay Area. That's how we're setting the threshold. What we've been hearing in terms of the comments from business owners is that we need to increase the threshold because there are some local restaurant owners that have more than six restaurants. So that's the reason that we set up that number, and it would not be a banning process like other cities have done. It would just be adding a conditional use permit, and we're talking about companies that have a national number of restaurants, so we would try to be providing a benefit to local owners, if that makes any sense. And connected to the over-concentration of fast food, we are also reconsidering, out of what we heard from the community, and we're happy that you're addressing this topic, how do you want to see concentration? Because we can think about specific buffers, and as you were saying, maybe there's some areas where it does make sense, specifically talking about highways. However, when we're talking about BMT reduction too, we need to do some balance on what are our priorities in terms of, do we want to provide businesses with the opportunity to have local chains that people would visit coming out from the highway, and also reduce BMT, kind of like thinking and prioritizing what we want to address, because having both might be a difficult combination. And I think we don't have to choose. We're just adding an additional review to this restaurants. But if you have an input on that, we're happy to also consider that. And we have Rosa de la Rosa in our Zoom connection, in case you want the input from our Economic Development Deputy Director too.
No, I think that's good, and I appreciate that. I appreciate the balance between our economic and environmental goals that we have as a council in the city, so I do appreciate that. I share my colleagues' sentiment on South Santa Rosa and the planned developments. Specifically, I would agree with I'd like to see the benefit of a specific plan versus incorporating it into the overall plan for the planned developments that are down there. I'd also like to see that area incorporated or identified as an area of change. If we are talking about all of these opportunities that we could have for housing or commercial aspects, I think that should be identified. Then I have one clarification on item 2-1.21. Can I just get clarification? Is that removing the PD special purpose zoning district? I just want to get clarified that is still, it's a little vague as to what the purpose of that is. Are we keeping the planned development designation?
Yes, so that would, thank you for that question. The PD section of our zoning code would remain. We have a lot of planned development districts throughout the city, some small, some big, some that have been around for a very long time, and some that are really vague, don't have much information at all, so we have to refer back to our standard zoning districts, and some that require more regulation than our current zoning code allows, and are very hard to enforce and help our residents to do changes to their property as they need to do. So what we have tried to do with a lot of our specific plans and areas where we're already working in them is to take a look at the planned development districts. Is there a need to keep it for any particular reason? And if there is not, to look at rezoning to a standard zoning district. And so that's what this policy is really trying to get to, is to where we can bring those into compliance with our current zoning district, to go ahead and do that, and to help with facilitation of development in those areas.
Okay, so the intention is not to get rid of it, but to see if it's necessary anymore, is that?
Yeah, so for example, the Fountain Grove area it's a very large planned development district. The policy statement for that is extremely complex. So looking at those to see, not necessarily that we're going to change Fountain Grove to a standard district, but to look at them to see if it would work better to do that, to provide clarity for residents and to help with the administration of those zoning standards. But it is not to remove the potential for planned development districts from the city. That would remain in our code.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councilmember Fleming.
Thank you, and I only have a couple little things. I think the council members who preceded me said most of what I think we ought to consider going forward, but just wanted to ask about having a specific goal, as we talked about earlier before this meeting, to reduce VMTs, if that's something that you all have considered or would consider.
Absolutely. I mean, that goes along with what we're looking for in this plan, which is to really work on multimodal transportation. So, okay. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, well, that goes along with the second thing around creating the alternative networks. So the other thing I wanted to dovetail on is around the retail drive-thrus, and just asking for my edification and that of the public. Do these current uses require a minor use permit or anything that could be revoked if they abuse these drive-thrus, like how we see in some areas where people are in the streets all day long idling their vehicles in the public right-of-way?
Yes, thank you for that question. Yeah, we do have a section of our zoning code that provides for revocation of use permits if properties aren't adhering to the code, aren't meeting their conditions of approval and their permit, and those types of things. So it is a process that is laid out. It's a public process laid out in our code for that. And so we would certainly look into any particular sites that are an issue.
And then the other thing I wanted to highlight is just that I'm wondering if staff has done an analysis about the impacts to persons with disabilities and families with very small children on the potential of retail pharmacy not being permitted to use this.
We haven't done any specific analysis except for talking amongst ourselves in the planning department, and we find this pretty controversial ourselves. So we understand that. I think that it is worth looking at your direction, of course, whether there are some uses that absolutely should be kept as allowable drive-through uses, including possibly pharmacies or vaccination clinics, that type of thing. The overall goal here was to reduce vehicle idling. So I think we're open to suggestions on how we can refine that.
Right. I mean, I'm really torn on it. On the one hand, when I was, had a tiny baby, it was a lifesaver at times. On the other hand, I don't want to see vehicles idling. So I would be interested in sort of a splitting the baby approach, like perhaps having one in each, area, but not having many of them. I mean, there's lots of places where you'll see like there's only one 24-hour pharmacy, or there's only, just really reducing it and having a permit associated with it where, there's signage required to ask people not to idle their vehicles, so that we can sort of balance our VMT goals and also our commitment to persons with disabilities and dependents.
To clarify on this feedback that you're providing, thank you so much for doing so. We're talking about new approvals, so would that be analyzing the current existing ones, or would you like us to approve just a few on each district connected to pharmacies or specific services that you were mentioning?
Yeah, what I think I'm saying is that while I'm not a big fan of drive-thrus, I think that we need to have a little bit more nuance to it than just saying no drive-thrus.
Okay, thank you.
That's it for my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a few questions and then some comments for you as well. On page 3, item 2.2.7, could you just explain to me what require compact development that includes services within 1/2 mile walking and biking distance of residential neighborhoods. How are we going to require that there's services within a certain area for development? I'm just curious about that one.
Thank you for that question. So that would likely be through, I mean, our zoning code already has development regulations for areas within, you know, for example, our transit-oriented areas, so our downtown, around our North Smart Station, for ensuring that we've got services nearby. And so with this particular one, we would likely want to take a look at our zoning code, and in particular as it relates to areas around these areas of change, to see if we need to change our regulations to require certain, you know, distance to retail and such, to make sure that we're providing a walkable area.
Great, thank you for that explanation, I appreciate it. And then on page 8 under item 2.5.5, it specifically says works with Santa Rosa City Schools, but because that's an actual school district, the language should either be local schools or school districts within the city of Santa Rosa. So it doesn't just relate to the one district versus, I believe there's 14 of them within our city. So I'd like to just change that language to make sure it's inclusive of all of our schools we serve. And then on page 9, item 2.6.4, would you mind explaining how we will allow larger grocery stores in the downtown area, but not in the outside areas that could impact that, and how we would mitigate that as we would look at somebody who maybe would have an idea to put something, and I'm just going to use my area, but in Oakmont, if there was a desire to put a grocery store out there and there was one in the downtown area, is there a mileage that we use, or what are we accomplishing just by that? I'm just curious.
So we don't have a specific, thank you for that question, we don't have a specific distance requirement. It really is, I think, through, if there is a new grocery store that's coming in the vicinity of the downtown area, so Oakmont would probably not fall under that category, but you know, if there was one that was coming in, let's say in Montgomery Village, a new grocery store, and we want to make sure that it's not going to have an impact on our downtown and preclude and, you know, make it so that there is no market for a new grocery store in downtown, we would work with that applicant to look at market analysis to determine, and work through our economic development division to ensure that bringing a grocery store in that location is not going to create a situation where there is no market anymore for a downtown location.
Thank you. And then under item 3.3 on page 17, I know I spoke to you earlier about the concern for EVAs and evacuation routes, and I'm not sure if it fits under that item or under safety. There's a few different areas that I don't see EVAs being talked about as far as safety when we're looking at development, specifically in the areas where we are very worried about the wildland urban interface. So I don't know if where it would be appropriate to put inside this document, or if, I mean, for my preference, it would be all the areas when we're looking at development that EVAs are required, and that we're looking at those places that are currently under consideration in the general plan for changing areas for development. There was some of them I had noted in, you know, area 20, 12, 11, 1, those are all areas that have been hit by fires in the past. So as we go back and redevelop or look for new development, I'm not sure what would be best for staff, where it would be best to put it in there, but I have a few different pages and markers that I could send over to you separately for safety. And perhaps fire also has a preference of where to put this into their public safety officers as well. So I'm open to wherever you want to put it, as long as we get that in there. And then on page, let's see, 45, I just have a question for you under 6.1.7. it looks like we specifically call out having a staff member in the general plan to address the needs of that. And I don't think I see anywhere else in the document where we would call out specific that we maintain a staff member in a long-term plan like that. So is that consistent with what we've done in the past, or is this kind of a new thing for this specific person?
I can take that question. We actually have a couple of places where we included staff, and it's not connected to adding staff to our current teams. It's just connected to having someone that addresses the specific topics that we need to be included to accomplish the purposes of this plan. Part of it has also to do with the fact that we require specific tasks to be performed within different departments, including climate change related measures and GHG reduction. So those two, including planning too, are very well connected to the implementation of policies. But we have one additional one that we talked about earlier with police staffing that has also some connection to the number, the time that police has to react in. So yes, we have a few of them, but if you have any advice on that, we heard this from consultants who have been working on different cities, trying to let us know what strategies work well for us to be able to implement what is required on our plan for now.
I just want to make sure we're consistent in the document. That was one that I had seen in there. So I just want to really thank staff for all the tremendous work on the outreach to the community. I've been at events where you had pop-ups, and I appreciate that. I appreciate the survey online and Zooms and everything else that's been held. I know it's been a long time, and this is just another iteration of what you've been working on. But I just want to say thank you. Thank you for all the attachments, and I appreciate everything that you've done to get us to this point.
Councilmember Stack?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for, well, I thanked you yesterday as well, but thanks for a wonderful job. What a big task this was. And I just have a few items that will tag on to those of my colleagues. And you've received a few other comments from me yesterday, and as well, I'll thank my Planning Commissioner Representative Karen Weeks. I know that she submitted, quite a few comments, so thank you for considering those. The theme of my comments, I guess, is flexibility. We're trying to move in so many wonderful directions in this document, but I do want to be careful that we're not unnecessarily hamstringing council. And as two of my colleagues mentioned, with respect to the planning processes down in South Santa Rosa and the possible annexation there, if we can leave open different options for, if and when we decide to annex that property, if we leave open different options to make that happen and potentially save us some time in the process, that would be great. Councilmember McDonald also mentioned the downtown grocery, or she asked that question. Again, leaving open options for us there, as with the drive-throughs. We're clearly trying to work towards an admirable policy end there, but if we could leave ourselves and our local merchants flexibility in terms of how we address that policy. And then there were a few other budget items that were mentioned, or that were listed that required, or there were a few other items that were listed rather that required budgetary commitments from the council. These included 2-4.14, 2-5.4. I think you have some of these in your notes, so I'll just list them off quickly. 3-4.38, 6-1.7. To the extent that we're not requiring budgetary commitments in this document, leaving council open to decide how best to pursue those particular ends. And then two final points. One, thanks for the highlights of the bus stops. Those are often overlooked, but having bus stops in the community that are both more noticeable, more protective, more enticing, that can make a difference in a city. And then finally, especially for a table and a room filled with Sonoma State graduates, I was surprised that in 5-9.2, Sonoma State University wasn't listed along with Santa Rosa Junior College as being an educational partner for the city. So I thought I'd throw that out there just for consideration. And those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Alvarez.
Yes, thank you. My question is very general. And was there anything that really stood out from the information that was provided from the public in regards to whether it be safety or the infrastructure? I know in District 1, it's definitely safety and infrastructure, but I'm wondering what information, what feedback did you receive from the rest of the city of Santa Rosa?
I would say some of the themes that we're seeing, that's a great question, and thank you for asking it, relate a lot to bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure, climate, historic preservation, and safety.
Very well. And a more specific question, in regards to this District 1 or Roseland, in regards to the development, are we seeing any changes or any of our specific plans being affected by the general plan?
Another good question. So the general plan is the overarching document. It's basically like the city's constitution, and all other documents are, if you will, feeders into it. So we don't anticipate any immediate changes, but we are always looking to ensure that we have consistency, whether that's through zoning or specific plans, and would make those adjustments as necessary over time.
And even a higher view question, being that District 1 is divided by 101, such as other districts with Highway 12, are we seeing any drastic changes even in the 2050 or any of our plans moving forward?
I'm not sure I understand the question. I apologize.
No, I'm sorry, because that's part of the problem. Being that we're divided by 101, my understanding is that, for example, the school district, you have a district that falls on both sides of 101. And I know that, for example, we have the Railroad Square specific and we have the Roseland specific. And again, a higher view of the general plans. Is there anything that causes concern or anything that we should be focusing on in regards to the future developments of both Railroad Square, Roseland, South Park, and how it could be affected by the general plan? Even more of a confusing question, I know. Anything that really stood out?
I think I would mention a few things that are policies included on the general plan that could affect the neighborhoods and the areas that you're mentioning. And I understand that your concern connected to the highway might be connectivity in between both sides. So if that's the question, there's a fair amount of projects including in the transportation area, where chapter of the general plan, where we talk about connectivity, and also we're talking about equity priority areas and focusing investment on those areas, and you mentioned actually 3 of them that are actually included in the general plan. More connected to the specific plans, I don't think we expect any changes, but there's a lot of policies that will trigger change, if that makes any sense, not necessarily connected to plans that we are planning to develop, except probably for South Santa Rosa specific plan, which is a plan that is on the process of being started, if this is the decision that we hear from council. But more than that, I think it will be the policies themselves.
Okay, then thank you for answering the question, because the one project that comes to mind is, for example, the silos that exist in off of Sebastopol Road, but yet they pertain to the Railroad Square, or at least the changes in the development zoning. So just that is a specific project that came to mind. But thank you for clarifying that.
All right, with no additional questions or comments from my colleagues, thank you very much for the presentation, and also thank you for all of the staff that are in chambers and all of the staff that are hanging out on Zoom. Thank you for your collaboration on this project. And we will turn it over to Madam City Clerk for public comment. Sorry.
Thank you, Mayor Rogers. Just a quick comment. I know there's been comments by a few of the council members about the policy regarding a specific plan in South Santa Rosa. So the policy as it's written is similar to what is in our current general plan, which is that a specific plan needs to be developed prior to annexation of this area, and development can't occur until annexation happens. So a couple of things I just wanted to mention. One, as the council is aware, the city received a grant from MTC for $1.2 million to prepare a specific plan and an associated environmental impact report that would provide for direction of future development in that area. And the EIR that is going to be prepared as part of that is going to be a programmatic EIR that will help streamline development so future development can use that EIR as a basis for their environmental review. That process is underway. An RFP has gone out. The city has received proposals, and we are in the process of reviewing those proposals. And the plan is to start that process in January of 2024, and it is a 2-year process. So we anticipate it to be completed in January of 2026. There was talk about the potential to do a planned development district for the area, the 2010 or Todd Creek area. A planned development district can be done in that area. There is a difference between a planned development district and a specific plan. The planned development district is really looking at the zoning regulations and internal circulation within that particular area. It's not looking at the broader area and connections and development and services and infrastructure within the broader area. And that's what the specific plan is going to do, and is really necessary for this area because it has not been looked at in so many years. One thing that could be done is a development project can be submitted concurrently. A development project of the size that is being proposed for the Todd Creek area is likely to take time to get through the process and could potentially, be done at, along the same lines or the same timeline as the specific plan. So they could submit now and can go along with that process. And again, because the EIR is being done with the specific plan, that is going to give them the environmental analysis that they're going to need for their project. So we could process this concurrently and potentially have a development project moving through and be completed along with the specific plan in that 2-year period.
Councilmember Alvarez.
First of all, I want to thank my colleagues for having brought up the South area project. Is there an expiration date to the grant that's being provided for this?
It's a great question, and one that I have asked MTC. I believe right now that there is. I don't specifically know what it is. It generally goes pretty far out. My experience with working with these types of grants, I've done a few of them here at the city, we have always come within the time frame. So right now, the timeline of 2 years is really our timeline that we have set. We would have more time beyond that through the grant, but we're wanting to move this process through. And again, in my experience in doing specific plans here at the city, an 18 to 24 month process is generally what it takes. This is a much larger area than what we have done in the past, but what we're seeing from consultants is that we, as long as we continue to move through the process, we should be able to complete it within that 24-month timeline.
Thank you.
All right, Madam City Clerk.
Good afternoon. This is just a reminder before we start public comment that council meetings are a limited public forum, what that means is that there are rules for how we provide public comment. And those rules are that comments on an agendized item must relate to that item. Comments on non-agendized items must address matters within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city. The public comments that we'll be hearing now are on an agendized item, and they must relate to this item. If comments do not relate to this item, the city will move on to the next comment. Madam Mayor, with your permission, I would like to the extent possible, assist in identifying comments that are not related to this item.
Permission granted. Thank you.
Thank you.
We are now taking public comment on item 3.1. If you are in the council chamber and would like to comment, please make your way to the podium. If you are participating via Zoom, please raise your hand or dial *9. You will have 2 minutes and a timer will alert at the end of that period. If you would like to provide your name, please do so before starting your comment. Speaker, go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you, Mayor Rogers, Vice Mayor McDonald, members of the council. My name is Ken McNabb, representing property owners in the Todd Creek area in southeast Santa Rosa. I didn't plan on starting with a comment related to the comments Ms. Jones just provided you, but I feel I need to make a couple of important clarifications. One, your current policy does not say prepare a specific plan for this area. It says prepare a plan for this area prior to annexation. And I'll just simply say, following some of the comments from the council member, we think it's in the city's interest to be flexible on the type of plan that can be prepared. I don't want to eat up all my time by going into the reasons why we think an alternative to a specific plan can be just as effective, but would say we'd love the opportunity to sit down with your staff to talk through that. With respect to the general plan itself, we want to commend staff for their work on this. It's a fantastic document. It really breaks from the traditional general plan format in a new and progressive way, and it's great. We do have a few comments, and I'm going to be quick because my time's running out. For figure 2.5, areas of change, we request that this figure be modified to include the Todd Creek area as an area of change. Inclusion of this area in the general plan would provide a policy basis for moving forward with its annexation and help to create a more complex neighborhood for the residents of approximately 1,000 homes that exist in the South Santa Rosa area. Our second comment is related to action 2-1.8, disadvantaged unincorporated communities. We recommend that this policy be modified to include language that calls for coordination between LAFCO and the city on annexation of disadvantaged unincorporated communities. This coordination would focus on an approach that achieves the objectives of SB 244 and LAFCO, but does not create undue.
Ken, have you submitted those in writing, or can you make certain that we have those in writing? Yeah, and we'll make certain that the council gets a copy of that as well.
Any additional speakers in chamber? Make your way to the podium. Seeing no one, we will turn over to Zoom comment.
Thank you. Once you receive the request to unmute, please begin speaking.
Hello, yes, my name is Raul, and I just wanted to address the council here and say that, America's under a massive crisis and we're having a huge problem here. That problem being our country's being overridden and undermined and subjugated at every level by the world's greatest parasite known as the vermin.
Is this related to the item?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Sir, you have 10 seconds to get back on track and relate your comment to the item being discussed. If not, we will move on to the next commenter.
Okay, yes, sir. I would just like to say that the Holocaust never happened, but if the Jews wanted to, they're doing a good job.
Okay, we can disconnect. Thank you.
Hello.
Go ahead.
Holocaust never happened, but 6 million more.
You have 10 seconds to relate your comment to the item being discussed, or we will move on to the next commenter.
Adolf Hitler was right. White fucking power.
Okay, we can disconnect. Thank you.
Jews did 9/11. GTVflyers.com. Goyim TV.
Okay, we can disconnect. Thank you.
You guys hear me?
you hear me?
Kai, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. I just had a few concerns, about your guys' plan. I think I have a better plan. We just round up all the niggers and Jews and send them
All
back.
right, Kai, we're going to disconnect. Sorry about that.
Hell yeah, brother. White fucking power.
White power.
White fucking power.
Next.
Hi, my name is Adrian Covert. Wow, what a unfortunate turn. But anyways, I am a representative from Santa Rosa YIMBY, local homeowner, and speaking on behalf of all volunteer group for affordable housing and livability in Santa Rosa. I want to commend city staff for putting together a really good general plan. In total, we like the plan, especially like the plan's narratives on the circulation element and the land use and economic development descriptions. I sense a little bit of a divide between the narrative objectives of the planning document, specifically around eliminating or reducing vehicle miles traveled for single passenger vehicles, which are the city's greatest source of carbon emissions. And some of the actions that are taken, some of which are not in the service of accomplishing that goal, and several other actions which would actually further complicate efforts to accomplish those goals, and a general kind of lack of ambition to accomplish the good, positive goals laid out in the narrative of the elements. So we did submit a letter yesterday that pointed out about 10 or 15 or so examples of this in the actions towards the ends of each of the elements. So respectfully request that council take a look at those and just get back to staff and ask for a couple specific things, including a real specific VMT reduction target and a pledge to not pursue or include any projects in the plan that would increase VMTs any further than they are. Thank you for your comment, for allowing me to provide comment.
Is this the time to ask why we tolerate Jews sucking baby penis?
You have 5 seconds to get back on topic, or we will move to the next comment. Okay, next comment.
We're going to take a short recess at this time, and we will be back shortly. Thank you so much. I'm sure you do.
If Jews don't love it, they can leave this country, I tell you what.
Okay, everyone, thank you so much for your patience. We will now resume our meeting. Madam City Clerk, may you please call the roll?
Councilmember Stapp?
Here.
Councilmember Rogers?
Still here.
Councilmember Okrepke?
Here.
Councilmember Fleming?
Here.
Councilmember Alvarez?
This proud Mexican says present.
Vice Mayor McDonald?
Here.
Mayor Rogers?
Present.
Let the record reflect all council members are present.
We are going to continue with our public comment on item 3.1, which is our draft general plan for Santa Rosa Forward. Madam City Clerk.
We'll continue with our Zoom comment. Once you're asked to unmute, please go ahead and speak.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, I'm still gathering my thoughts. I'm just so shocked at those other calls. I want to apologize for that. You know, anti-Semitism and hate have no place in our society. And it just reinforces, you know, I've listened to the meeting tonight, hearing how you guys include diversity, inclusion, and equity in just about everything you do. So I want to thank you for that and remind you that diversity means fewer white people. Inclusion means excluding white people, and equity means stealing from white people. Watch Defiant by Devin Stack. Watch Europa, Last Battle at watcheuropa.com and go to GTV Flyers.
You have 5 seconds to relate your comment to the agenda item, or we will move on.
Bye.
Next speaker, please go ahead. You've been asked to unmute. Please go ahead when you're ready. Next speaker, please go ahead.
Hello. Yeah, so, you know, we're at the dawn of a race war, and you council members need to decide whether you want to be on the side of righteous Aryan victory or...
You have 5 seconds to relate your comment to the agenda item, or we will move on.
Mute him. Thank you.
We have no additional callers on Zoom.
Thank you. We will now move to item 3.2. Madam City Manager.
Item 3.2, initial study results for water supply alternatives plan. Please come down and introduce yourselves for the record. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Mayor Rogers, Vice Mayor McDonald, and members of the council. I'm Colin Close, Senior Water Resources Planner, and I'm joined today by Katie Cole from Woodard & Curran. She is the project manager who has assisted us with this effort. We also have Xavier Arias joining us. He's the technical expert that helped lead the feasibility study that we'll be discussing today. If we could get assistance with the presentation, I apologize. We're not sure how to bring that up. I should have asked earlier. My apologies. Thank you. Thank you very much for your assistance. So this afternoon, we'll be discussing with you the feasibility analysis and the portfolios for the Water Supply Alternatives Plan. That's all right. Thank you so much. So today we'll present to you the evaluation and the draft portfolios, and we would very much appreciate any questions or comments that you have and an expression of whether you support the study results and the draft portfolio approach to this effort. So the Water Supply Alternatives Plan is an effort to enhance our water supply reliability and resiliency. You might recall in July, you adopted a water supply assessment for the general plan. That water supply assessment indicated that we have sufficient water supply in normal and below average rainfall years for our growing community all the way out to 2050, except we do expect shortages in severely dry years. So this plan, this effort is to address those periods of time where we could have a severe dry period where we might have a water shortage. And the approach was to assess a wide range of water supply options and to look at what might be a best fit for Santa Rosa. So there are key questions that have been driving this effort. As staff, we began asking these questions in late 2021. It was to look at how much new water supply is optimal to address drought and to provide for a catastrophic event should one occur. What supply options should we consider? How do we assess them? How do we know if they're a good fit for our community? That's the study that we'll talk to you about tonight. And then of the feasible options, what are the best mixes of water supply options that would help us meet our resiliency goal? Those are the portfolios, and we'll share those with you tonight as well. And then to look at an adaptive plan. You'll be seeing that plan in October. The project initiated officially back in 2022 on April 28th. We met with the City Council and the Board of Public Utilities Liaison Subcommittee, and we asked them if they would support this project concept and support having the Board of Public Utilities oversee this effort, and there was unanimous approval for that. In May of 2022, the BPU approved issuing a request for proposals and their support for the scope of work and the approach for this project. In July, through a pretty competitive process, Woodard & Kern was selected, and in August of 2022, the contract was executed, and Katie and I began working about a week or two later on some early planning steps. The work that we have been focused on has engaged stakeholders every step of the way, and you'll hear more about that in a moment. Big important piece of this was setting objectives. Again, how much water supply is appropriate for our community? How should we assess those water supplies? Which supplies should we study? Again, we had lots of input from our community on that. And then the feasibility study was conducted. We'll share the results with you tonight, and we have shared those results previously with our stakeholders and gotten their input as well. Developed draft portfolios, and then developed that long-range plan. So all of this has involved lots of stakeholder input. The water team has included about a dozen folks from different backgrounds and expertise with dozens of years of experience under the belt of each of the participants. So we had a good interdisciplinary team and led by Director Burke, and I was the project manager. Our stakeholder group involved leaders from business and economic interests, community services and social justice organizations, regional recycled water users, environmental and climate interests, and resources agencies. We brought them together in person for 4 3-hour working sessions, and we got their input in great detail. They also did quite a bit of homework in between. So I want to thank all of those participants at this point for all of the time and energy and input, the great questions and suggestions that they provided us. They made this a much better product than it would have been without their input. We also held 4 interactive community webinars on Zoom where our community was able to hear about this project, get full transparent information about what we were doing and why, and they also provided their input on the goals and the targets, on the study, and they got a sneak peek at the early draft of the plan. We had live Spanish interpretation, and our webpage has recordings of those meetings as well as other publicly noticed meetings with the Board of Public Utilities. It has slides and the meeting schedule, and it actually has the the technical memorandum, the study that you're going to hear about tonight is posted there as well. And of course, we met with our Board of Public Utilities. They've had 2 very extensive study sessions on this as well. You'll hear a little bit more about that later. Additionally, there were some community interests that reached out to us and asked if we could attend their meetings and tell their groups more about this. So we attended some general plan open house events, the Sub-Regional Technical Advisory Committee, Sonoma County Alliance, Santa Rosa Metro Chamber, and Santa Rosa Plain Groundwater Sustainability Agency meetings to provide additional information and get their input. So with that background in mind, what I'd like to do is turn it over to Katie Cole, again, the project manager from the Woodard and Curran side, to update you on what has been completed to date.
Super, thank you, Colin. So this timeline that you see in front of you is kind of a visual representation of the work that we've completed over the last just over 12 months. We started last fall, as Colin mentioned, with establishing our planning foundation. So that included looking at the goals, criteria, methodology, and supply options. We then moved into the feasibility and analysis and portfolios that we'll talk to you about this afternoon. The draft plan has been drafted and is currently under review by the water team and our stakeholder group, and we have received comments on that. You will see that plan next month at our meeting in October. As Colin alluded to, there have been many hands that have touched this work and the ultimate plan, beginning with the water team, which is the internal city group. There were 5 working sessions throughout our time. They provided input on the study parameters, the results, the portfolios that you'll hear about today, and the early draft of the plan. As Colin also mentioned, the 4 community webinars, similar input on the study parameters, portfolios. Our stakeholder group held 4 working sessions in November, December, May, and July. Board of Public Utilities, as Colin mentioned, looking at contract award, updates on our progress, and the 2 study sessions. And finally, Woodard and Curran's work related to stakeholder engagement and preparation of the deliverables. So now I'm going to talk about the feasibility analysis. So the first portion of our work related to developing supply resiliency goals. There's really kind of 3 sub-goals, the primary goal being on the left side of the screen, looking to diversify and increase city supplies to reduce dependence on Sonoma water, particularly during Sonoma water supply shortages or any other disruptions in delivery. We've broken those goals out kind of into these 3 subcategories. So looking at mitigating droughts by producing 30% of the city's water demand with city supplies. This equates to about 7,500 acre feet per year in 2045. An acre foot is roughly 325,000 gallons. It's roughly equivalent to filling a football size field with 1 foot of water. The second component, mitigating disasters and catastrophic events, looking at producing half of normal domestic or indoor water use With city supplies, it's about 9 million gallons per day in 2045. And finally, mitigating what we call peak day demand, looking at producing 30% of the summer average peak day demand, so those really high use days with city supplies. That's, again, about 9 million gallons per day in 2045. These resiliency goals were put in place with input from the water team and the stakeholder group, as well as some community input. Our study methodology is visually represented by the flow diagram on the bottom, but I'll walk you through that. There's 3 main components. The first is this pre-screen, where we looked at all of the supply options to identify any infeasible, kind of those certainly no-go options, or any duplicative options that we had that wouldn't make sense to look at twice. We then screened the remaining supply options. We used 2 key criteria to do that, looking at a high-level assessment of cost effectiveness and scalability. Scalability refers to the ability of a supply option to produce more or less water in the future, depending on needs, so looking at kind of turning that supply knob. When we did that screening, we documented our reason for why certain supply options were advanced for further feasibility or not. What this ultimately gave us was a manageable short list of options that we could do a detailed analysis on. Once we had that short list, we used defined metrics that for each of the criterion that we had for scoring. Certain weights were assigned to each criterion to inform the scoring process, and I will go through more detail on each of these steps in the coming slides. So this is the list of the 18 supply options that we began with. You'll see they're broken out into these 6 categories. We had 5 options under groundwater, 6 options under purified recycled water or potable reuse, 1 non-potable recycled water option, 2 desalination supply options, 3 surface or stormwater options, and 1 option looking at increased efficiency or demand reduction. So these supply options represent a broad diversity of supply options. They include both city and regional partnership efforts. As I mentioned, it also includes aggressive efficiency incentives to reduce demand over time. So not only looking at additional supply, but what can we be doing on the demand side of the equation. The list also integrates input from the water team, our community during community meetings, and our stakeholder group. So 5 options were removed during the pre-screening process. You'll see those on your screen now. 2 groundwater options, along with their reason for removal. In most cases, it had to do with regional efforts being already underway and something that the city is committed to continue participating in. In the case of the purified recycled water option and the first surface or stormwater option, it had to do with Lake Ralphine not being able to function effectively for the amount of storage that we would be looking for. 6 options were then removed during the screening process. Again, that screening process looks at cost effectiveness and scalability. So a further 3 options from the purified recycled water list, the non-potable recycled water option, and the 2 desalination options. So the rationale for this screening, what ultimately, the list that is ultimately part of our feasibility work retains options that rank higher on cost effectiveness and scalability, our 2 criteria. It also maintains and kind of keeps options in the mix that further diversify any portfolio we would move forward with, such as stormwater and satellite purified water. It includes both city and regional projects, and it maintains the efficiency incentives to reduce demand over time. And as with the prior list, it integrates input from the water team, community, and stakeholder group. Before I move on, I do want to make a brief note on stormwater and desalination as options. 2 of the 3 stormwater options did not advance to detailed analysis. And the reason behind this, those options would require the construction of a treatment plant. As attractive as it may be to just think that we can capture stormwater as it's running down the street, it does require significant treatment before use, and so we would need to construct a treatment plant in order to use that. Again, quite costly. The other reason that those options did not advance to further screening is that of all of the options, the yield of the stormwater options would need to undergo further analysis to solidify the amount of water that we could actually use. So before the city could commit to that cost, that available stormwater would need to be confirmed. For desalination, neither of those options advanced to detailed analysis. Significant permitting and environmental challenges exist with desalination. Turn down capacity is not ideal for our use. So in our case, or in the city's case, we only really need water in certain types, in certain year types, which is not really conducive to desalination as a supply, which works better when it's used consistently. One of our desalination options looked at a regional brackish facility. That option in and of itself does not reduce reliance on Sonoma water, as it would rely on a transfer. And ocean desalination would require extensive infrastructure. You know, we might think that we're close to the ocean, but when you draw a pipeline, it's a pretty significant length of pipe and cost associated with that. So because none of the desalination options moved forward, we did want to look at some triggers that might help us understand when we may reconsider desalination as a supply option. So keeping track of technology that would reduce baseline operating costs. That's that improved turn down capacity. So currently plants are required to operate at about 30% of capacity. If that number comes down, that would allow Santa Rosa to quickly ramp up production of desalinated water. That would be an opportunity to relook at that supply. Less expensive energy prices, which would again further reduce operating costs. Any project configuration that would yield direct water to Santa Rosa, and any technology that would improve water recovery. So currently there's significant loss associated with removing salts from brackish and ocean water. So after we underwent the pre-screening and screening, 7 options were advanced to further analysis. That's GW1, which looks at adding groundwater extraction wells. GW2, which would convert the city's existing emergency wells to full-time production wells. GW3, which would add aquifer storage and recovery wells, or ASR. ASR refers to the ability of a well to put water into and take water out of the groundwater basin. PR2 is satellite direct potable reuse. PR4, regional direct potable reuse at the Laguna Treatment Plant. SW1, stormwater storage in the aquifer, and E1, increased efficiency programs. So this table shows the criterion that were used to evaluate each of the supply options, how they were assessed, their weight, and the score multiplier. The score multiplier refers to basically the math that would get done in our Excel spreadsheet to add additional weight or additional points to any supply option that's scored on that criterion. So this table shows the results of these qualitative scoring. In this case, a higher score is better. All options were scored on a 0 to 2 scale. I do want to draw your attention to the bottom 2 rows, the total unweighted and the total weighted rows. So the total unweighted refers to basically the raw score if you were to sum up all of the values in that column. The total weighted score refers to the final score of that supply option when the weights of each criterion on the prior slide are applied. So what you'll see is there becomes a greater differentiation between supply options when you apply those weights. For example, if you look at GW1 and GW2, both scored a 10 and unweighted, but when you add the weights, there becomes a bigger difference in their final score. So now I'm going to move into our draft portfolios. But before I get into that, I want to talk a little bit about the rationale for portfolio development. It uses a variety of themes to capture different outcomes. You'll see 4 portfolios geared around these 4 themes: least cost, fastest implementation, most water, and most flexibility. It uses options that score well in multiple portfolios. So you'll see efficiency and converting emergency wells in each of the 4 portfolios. It also includes options that further diversify the portfolio. So you'll see stormwater and satellite purified water appear as well. When we talk about portfolios, we look at various implementation logic for portfolio components. So not only how or what is in those portfolios, but how would you implement those? And it integrates input from the water team, community, and stakeholder group. So here are the 4 portfolios. Portfolio 1, most economical, GW2 and E1 are included in that portfolio. Portfolio 2, which is fastest implementation, just adds GW1. Portfolio 3, looking at maximizing the amount of water that the city could provide, is the same as Portfolio 2, but adds PR2, which is the satellite direct potable reuse. And it also looks at considering SW1, that stormwater storage. Portfolio 4 is the most adaptive. That's why you see most considers in that column. And I will get into what that actually looks like when you look at implementing that portfolio. So as I talk about each of these 4 portfolios, you'll see 2 slides. You'll see a slide that looks like this and a slide that looks like a timeline. So I'll walk through each of those. For Portfolio 1, this graph shows the cost and yield performance for this portfolio. The dotted blue line represents the estimated acre-feet per year yield of this option. The blue band represents the range of potential acre-feet per year. So as much as we'd like to look in our crystal ball, we don't totally know, so we've represented it as a range. The red line is cumulative capital costs. How much is it going to cost to construct this? And the operating burden represented by that dark mustard or yellow line on your screen. Portfolio 1's implementation concept is pretty straightforward. Both of the options in that portfolio would begin concurrently and move on their own timelines. We'll now talk about Portfolio 2. Here's the cost and yield performance curve for this portfolio. Again, the dashed line here represents the estimated acre-feet per year, represented by the range, the cumulative capital cost, and the operating burden. More significant than Portfolio 1, given that we've added a supply option to this portfolio. Implementation concept, very similar to Portfolio 1 with the addition of GW1, which is the supply option that's been added to this portfolio. This option would begin concurrently with the other 2 and move along its own implementation timeline. Portfolio 3. This is the cost and yield performance curve for this portfolio more significant cumulative capital costs, as you see by the growing red line. Each step or bend in that curve represents when costs would come online because some aspect of the project requires it either with CEQA or permitting or construction. The implementation concept for Portfolio 3, a little bit more complicated now that we've added some additional elements to the portfolio. I want to draw your attention down to the bottom there, SW1, stormwater capture and aquifer. As I mentioned earlier, the stormwater options would likely require additional analysis to determine how much water is actually available for use. So in this portfolio, work on SW1 would begin with planning, studies, and modeling, and would pause while the other options advance. Once those other options reach their operation phase and the city understands how much water could be gained from those options, SW1 could advance through design, construction, and operation. Portfolio 4, most adaptive. So this is the performance curve for Portfolio 4. I'm going to show you several scenarios for this portfolio, given that it is our adaptive portfolio, and there's certain pathways that could be considered. So for the baseline scenario, E1, GW2, and GW1 would all begin concurrently, as would the planning studies and modeling for SW1. For PR2, the direct potable reuse, this portfolio recommends pausing on any work while the regulations from the state continue to work through. GW1 work, the initial siting studies would begin and then work would pause while E1 and GW2 advance. Once E1 and GW2 reach a point of operation, GW1 would be sized to meet the remaining need for water after those two projects have been established. So you'll see those arrows coming down into GW1. At that point, GW1 would continue with CEQA and a regulatory process. PR2 would have had planning studies completed at this point, but would pause while GW1 advances. SW1 would also pause. At the point that GW1 is better understood, that would feed into SW1, and design, construction, and operation could further for that option. Once GW1 is complete, PR2 could move forward based on the remaining need for water. In this scenario, I also want to draw your attention to the plus signs behind GW1 and PR2. In these cases, and this was as a result of comments we received from our stakeholder group, in the case of GW1, plus means that those wells would not only be extraction, but they would look at aquifer storage and recovery as well. And that's why you see that connection between GW1 plus and SW1, looking at how we can utilize stormwater to recharge the groundwater basin and use with GW1. PR2 has a plus behind it because it was really important to our stakeholders and water team that we continue to look at regional partnerships for those efforts. So an alternative scenario for Portfolio 4, again, begins very similar to the baseline scenario. In this case, GW1 would be sized as it is in the baseline to meet the remaining need for water, But in this scenario, the potable reuse option and the stormwater option do not move past the initial planning stage because GW1 would provide the remaining water needed. This is the cost and yield performance for the alternative scenario. So you see much less cumulative capital required. In fact, it's quite similar to Portfolio 2. So a different variant to that alternative scenario, what happens if SW1 can provide water to GW1 plus? What would that look like? In this case, SW1 planning studies and modeling would feed into GW1. It would be determined at that point that stormwater could be provided to that option. And then design, construction, and operation would move concurrently between GW1 and SW1, with water from SW1 being provided to GW1. Another variant, what happens if GW1 Plus is not able to provide the needed water? In this case, PR2 would continue along its implementation timeline with CEQA design and construction and would be sized to meet the city's remaining need for water. In this case, SW1 would not move past the initial planning stages because perhaps it was determined that there was not sufficient water to achieve cost effectiveness. So this slide shows a comparison of all of the portfolio cost and yield performance curves. So you see Portfolio 3 would maximize water, but certainly be the most expensive. Portfolio 4, similar, but when you look at the alternative, where you see costs more in line with the water use that would be needed. I do want to point out that you may have noticed some of these portfolios have water yields that significantly exceed the stated water supply goals. We haven't forgot about those goals. The analysis considered the full potential of each of the supply options, and certainly that's why we've included Portfolio 4 and its variants to recognize that the city would not overbuild or look at securing more water supply than was needed. I also want to acknowledge that there are groundwater projects in each of these 4 portfolios. As we know, Sigma, passed in 2014, has had significant feedback into how we manage groundwater. Santa Rosa is very committed to and involved in the GSA and its GSP, and will continue to do so and implement those projects accordingly. As Colin mentioned, we have presented these portfolios to the Board of Public Utilities, and I just want to summarize briefly some of the feedback we heard from them. They were supportive of the study and portfolio approach. Several of the board members requested more information about why the 2 desalination options did not advance past the screening step, and what changes in the future may trigger the city to reconsider desalination as a city water supply. So to address those comments, the study report now includes additional information and an appendix on desalination. So it provides more information about its suitability as a supply and triggers that may cause the city to reconsider it in the future. Portfolio 4 will also be updated in the plan to identify when and why the city may reconsider desalination as a potential supply source. This memo that is an appendix now will be appended to the study technical memorandum and the plan. And now I'll turn it over to Colin, who will go over next steps.
Thank you very much, Katie. Appreciate that. So here is a timeline showing you what we've accomplished from inception to this point today. A lot of work has gone into this. Probably over 70, 75 individuals have provided input into the effort that we've brought to you today, so we're very proud of all of that engagement. We're here before you in September. October 5th, we will go before the Board of Public Utilities and bring them the draft plan, and then we'll come to you October 24th with the draft plan. Once the plan has met all of the expectations and interests of the governing bodies, we'll go ahead and finalize that and begin work moving forward with some studies and CEQA compliance and that sort of thing. So those are the next steps in front of us. So at this point, we're very interested in your questions, your comments, your concerns. We're particularly interested to know if you're supportive of the approach that we had to this evaluation, the engagement, the way we were able to integrate feedback from all of our stakeholders, and whether you find this approach of having a multitude of portfolios and alternatives as an effective approach for this work. So thank you, and looking forward to your questions.
Well, thank you for the presentation. You guys did a wonderful job. Looking at council, are there any? Councilmember Fleming?
Thank you. Thank you for this tremendous body of work, and I think that diversifying our sources is a good thing, and I like that you're considering different things that'll come online in the future. I was just curious to know, one thing I didn't see, which I've been hearing a lot about, is potable reuse, and I'm wondering if there was any discussion of that, and if so, where did it factor into this report?
Yes, in fact, I might ask Katie to go back to that slide, and we may want to share the screen again if that's possible. We do have that particularly in portfolio 4 and the alternatives. So what we look at is, are there particular points in time where we look at what can we do effectively with groundwater while maintaining sustainability in the basin? We have to have that weighed out. Can't just extract water. We need to make sure we're recharging the basin and staying in balance. And is there a point in time where we're looking at potable reuse as an effective method for addressing, let's see if I can find it here. So, for example, here you can see direct potable reuse is still under study, and then depending on what the other water supplies can, oh, I'm sorry, I'm on slide 41, I apologize, we're not sharing that, but in the portfolio 4, I'll just say, yes, it is considered, but Katie, maybe you can address that a little bit more.
Sure, the way that we've captured it in the plan, it's really coined purified recycled water. It's another way of saying potable reuse, but 7 of the options that underwent detailed feasibility analysis were potable reuse. One was a satellite facility, and another, I think, was a regional facility. Both were direct potable reuse, not indirect.
Great. I appreciate it, and I think just that to the degree that we can begin to socialize that, you know, even if we're not ready to do it now, I think it's really great that it's part of the dialogue.
Yeah, thank you so much for the question and for the comment. And I'll just mention that our stakeholder group included Calpine, who's one of our major customers of our existing recycled water, as well as Doug Beretta from the farming community. He has a dairy farm, as you probably are aware, and he did write an article that we included with your packet supporting this effort, and he felt that his interests and concerns were included. And as you can imagine, direct potable reuse would affect potentially the farming community and could potentially affect Calpine, but they were at the table and they know that their interests and concerns were integrated into this process, and so we absolutely believe that, you know, that could be a potential in the future.
Great, thank you so much to all of you.
Any additional questions from council members? Okay, thank you again for the presentation. It was great. And we will now hand it over to Madam City Clerk for public comment.
We are now taking public comment on item 3.2, or if you are in the council chamber and would like to comment, please make your way to the podium. If you are participating via Zoom, please raise your hand or dial *9. You will have 2 minutes and a timer will alert you at the end of that period. If you would like to provide your name, please do so before starting your comment. Seeing no one approach the podium, and we have, We have one caller on Zoom. Please go.
Hi, Council. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Just a quick reminder that Jews did 9/11.
Okay, thank you. We're going to ask you to keep your comments to the item, or we're going to disconnect.
Seeing no additional hands raised on Zoom, that concludes public comment.
Thank you. Oh, we have one public comment in the chamber. Yes? We can't hear you. Hold on just a moment.
It's not on. Oh, here we go. My name is John Kozlowski. I live in Santa Rosa. The question is, to what extent do you include population increase in your study? What are your projections on that? That's all I want. Thank you.
Okay. And because we do not engage with the public, I will ask you his question.
Yes, thank you so much for the question. We looked out at our 2045 projections in our urban water management plan, so it does include about a 30% increase in population, in addition to more schools, governments, more jobs, more housing, more dense housing. All of that growth that's anticipated in the urban water management plan was considered.
Thank you very much for taking that last question. Seeing no additional questions in the chamber, we will now move on to item. Councilmember Rogers.
Thank you, Mayor. My apologies. I know you asked whether or not you were on the right track with who you're speaking with and what the plan is looking like. I just want to say yes, from my perspective. As always, the department doing an incredible job of taking a very difficult and complex topic and turning it into an asset for the city. I think that your list of stakeholders is right on. It's the folks that we typically hear from the most. And I think it's helpful to hear questions from the public, that we're not just making housing decisions based on anything, but that we actually make sure that we have the natural resources to sustain that as well. So thank you for that, and I think, yes, right direction.
Any other council members want to make comments? Okay, seeing none. And I would like to correct myself. We do engage with the public, but we do not engage when people ask questions during public comment, but I wanted to make sure that your question was answered. Thank you very much. Thank you guys for the presentation. We will now move on to item 5, which is closed session and study session report out. So, Madam City Attorney.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and Council and community. A closed session was had on the item on the agenda and no reportable action was taken.
Madam City Manager, being as though we just completed our study sessions, I'm going to assume you don't want to report out on those. Thank you. Just wanted to clarify. All right. Madam City Clerk, can you please facilitate public comment?
We are now taking public comment on item 5. If you are in the council chamber and would like to comment, please make your way to the podium. If you are participating via Zoom, please raise your hand or dial *9. You will have 2 minutes and a timer will alert at the end of the period. If you would like to provide your name, please do so before stating your comment. Seeing no public comment in chambers, we have no hands raised on Zoom.
Thank you. Moving on to item 6.1, our proclamation for the evening, which will be read by Council Member Stepp.
My pleasure, Madam Mayor. I like it that we've got a number of water themes for the evening. So here it goes. Whereas water is Santa Rosa's most valuable resource, and without it, our community and the economy could not thrive or expand. And whereas we are extremely proud of the role Santa Rosa Water plays in delivering safe and reliable drinking water, collecting and recycling water for beneficial reuse, capturing storm water to prevent flooding, and protecting our watershed and the environment. And whereas, thanks to our highly skilled team of water experts, we are ensuring a safe and reliable water future for our community. And whereas, our community's drinking water is regularly tested to ensure it meets all drinking water standards. And whereas Santa Rosa Water operates and maintains 1,200 miles of water and sewer infrastructure, and whereas our team operates the Laguna treatment plant that recycles millions of gallons of wastewater daily and is nationally recognized for beneficially reusing nearly 100% of our recycled water, and whereas the Santa Rosa Water team maintains 340 miles of storm drains and cares for 100 miles of creeks, and whereas Santa Rosa's water professionals work 24/7, 365, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year to maintain, repair, and upgrade our community's water systems, and whereas Santa Rosa Water invests $135 million annually to improve the resiliency of our public water systems, and whereas the 278 water professionals at Santa Rosa Water are dedicated to protecting our community's water future, now therefore be it resolved that the City of Santa Rosa hereby declares October 7th through 15th, 2023, Water Professionals Appreciation Week, and extends our sincere gratitude to our Santa Rosa Water professionals. Thank you.
I would like to invite the representatives that will be receiving Director Burke. If you would like to make a comment, please do.
Thank you. Can you all hear me? Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Rogers and council members. I would like to ask all of my water team members who are here in the chambers today, if you could please come join me up at the podium. I want to thank you so much for honoring the Santa Rosa Water team with this proclamation. The water team greatly appreciates your recognition, and our water professionals help ensure our community's quality of life every day. During California's Water Professionals Week, Santa Rosa Water will be appreciating our water team members for their dependability, relentlessness, and their talent. This week and beyond will include sharing stories, and the week, it's not this week. The week will include sharing stories and employee spotlights of our teams and their accomplishments, as well as highlighting the vast array of exciting opportunities for careers in water. Your proclamation this evening goes a long way in not only recognizing the efforts of Santa Rosa Water, but all water professionals and the critical jobs they perform for our communities. Day in and day out, California water professionals do the work to provide safe and reliable drinking water, treat and beneficially reuse recycled water, regulate our stormwater systems, protect our water resources and the environment. So thank you so much, Mayor Rogers, Vice Mayor McDonald, council members, for recognizing these efforts, and many thanks to our Santa Rosa water professionals and other California water professionals for the important work that they do. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I must say, prior to being on council and being on the Water Advisory Committee, I did not know very much about water. I knew it came out my faucet. I knew I could flush my toilet. I knew I could water my grass prior to the drought. So there was very little known, and you guys have been doing a great job bringing awareness. So thank you so much for all your work. Are there any other comments from council members? Seeing none, Madam City Clerk, may you please conduct public comment, and following public comment, we will ask all of you to come down and take a picture with the council.
We are now taking public comment on item 6.1. If you are in the council chamber and would like to comment, please make your way to the podium. If you are participating via Zoom, please raise your hand or dial *9. You will have 2 minutes, and a timer will alert you at the end of the period. If you would like to provide your name, please do so before speaking. I'm seeing no one in chamber, and we have no public comment on Zoom.
Thank you. Would you guys like to come on down and take a picture with the council? right. Moving on to item 7, we have no staff briefings for the day. Item 8, Madam City Manager and City Attorney reports.
I have nothing to report out this evening. Thank you.
I also have nothing to report.
Thank you. Now looking at council for statements of abstention by council members. Seeing none, we will move on to item 10, which is our mayor and council members' reports. Council member Stapp.
Three quick items from me, excuse me. With the first one, again, pertaining to water. So I sit on the Groundwater Sustainability Agency for the Santa Rosa Plain, and we were one of 3 groundwater sustainability agencies to receive $15 million in funding. So Santa Rosa Plain, Petaluma, and Sonoma Valley. And it's worth pointing out that Petaluma and Santa Rosa Plain, we kind of joined together to help out Sonoma Valley a little bit so they can get their funding. But then in the end, it all came in, so we've got $15 million to implement our groundwater sustainability plans, which is great news for the area. Then 2 other items. On September 18th, a lot of us here were celebrating the Santa Rosa Merit Awards, which was just a really fun evening and shown a spotlight on some folks doing some really good things in the community. And then on the 20th, Vice Mayor McDonald and I were part of the Violence Prevention Partnership meeting. And I'll let the Vice Mayor go into greater detail about that meeting. But one highlight that I'll share is that there was a great exchange for a while between Roseland University Prep and our police department, because they had partnered in an active shooting drill several months ago, and Roseland was effusive about the benefits that they saw in partnering with SRPD, and then from our side, we saw a lot of benefits as well. And so a good portion of the meeting was spent discussing the value of that drill and what all parties had taken from it, and it was a memorable meeting. And with that, I'll turn it back over to you, Mayor.
Thank you. All right, Councilmember Okrepke.
Thank you, Mayor. A number of events over the past few weeks, some to shine a light on. I as well attended the Merit Awards, great event, shining a light on some community members doing some great work, many of whom most of us did not know were doing that great work. So getting that spotlight to those individuals is important. Last week, we also had Taco with a Cop at the Steel Lane Community Center over in Apple Valley. A phenomenal event, meeting the residents of that area, playing with the kids, trying not to throw Frisbees over into the smart tracks. But it was a great time and a great event. So thank you to the police department for helping organize, and the Parks Department and the Rec Department and the VPP. I mean, all of these organizations, parts of our city participated in it. It was great. Then on Saturday, I was honored to be asked to speak at a fundraiser that was quickly organized by our firefighters here in Santa Rosa to benefit firefighters in Maui, a number of whom lost their homes. And it was a great event up at Paradise Ridge. Beautiful, beautiful view because it happened at sunset. And it was really great to see them raise, especially for their brethren, $44,000 for those that are helping to heal the physical and emotional scars of what they endured. And then lastly, just a heads up on October 25th, just to give fair warning, that will be the first Public Safety Subcommittee official meeting of the year with a fairly lengthy agenda, but with some good stuff on it. So for those of you that are interested, please mark that on your calendars. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Fleming.
Yes, thank you. A couple of things. Let's see. The Enhanced Infrastructure Finance District met for the first time. I'm the interim chair until the full board is seated, and we will be meeting next month on October 19th. Normally we'll be meeting, I believe, the second Thursday of the month, but next month we're meeting the third Thursday. And this is a great opportunity for folks to come and talk about what kinds of infrastructure and what kinds of financing they'd like to see come to the downtown as we begin our negotiations between the city and the county that'll lead to greater prosperity for both entities. And 2 weeks ago Wednesday, and as well again tomorrow, the Bay Area Housing Finance Authority is meeting to discuss the various policy points for the housing bond that will likely be on the ballot in November. These are going to be really interesting discussions. The public comments that we've been getting have been really high quality, and I want to thank everyone who's here or listening who's been paying attention to this, and I invite continued participation. And then the Renewal Enterprise District hired a new executive director, and I was trying to find a bio of her for you guys, but I'm going to wait until next time so I can properly introduce her. But thank you to everybody who applied, and it's great that we have someone else at the helm, and I want a sincere thank you to Michelle Whitman for her dedicated service. She turned this entity, which was really just an idea, into something that is now housing units that people are going to be moving into. It's pretty exciting.
Thank you. Vice Mayor McDonald?
Thank you, Mayor. A few things. I just want to say thank you again to the Merit Awards Committee, to Carolina Spence, who was the chair this year. It's really inspiring to be able to go and hear about the stories of what people are doing to support our community, and so it was an honor to be able to attend that. We also attended the annual Cal Cities Conference last week in Sacramento. We were able to go and have some professional development and hear what other jurisdictions are doing around the state, so that's always interesting for us to be able to go. I attended the firefighters fundraiser as well as Councilmember Okrepke and Councilmember Alvarez, and I want to say thank you to them for putting that on. I had just recently been in Maui this summer, and I want to say thank you also to Paradise Ridge Winery for hosting that great event, and I'm happy to hear that they made that much at it. I left fairly early so we could get to the other event that was in the downtown Courthouse Square, and I just want to say thanks to I believe it was Our Cities who put on that event, and it was great to see so many youth out in the evening time celebrating and being together, and so I was happy to go to and attend that as well. And the last thing I'd like to talk about was the VPP meeting. We've talked about the strategic plan, which I believe is coming forward to council for consideration in the next month or so. But in addition to that, we're breaking down what we're going to be doing for the violence prevention program by years. And so we're starting with year one. And one of the things we've been able to do is do outreach to about the 40 different groups that participate within this committee to ask them how they see themselves fitting into our strategic plan to help us reach our goals with the community and the youth in the community. So I want to say thank you so much to Danielle for all her work, for the work that she does, her entire team. I want to say thank you to everybody who's attending those meetings, and we're ready to get started and roll up our sleeves and get things done.
Councilmember Alvarez?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I too attended, as you heard just a little bit ago, the event at the Paradise Ridge Winery, and I do want to thank Councilman Okrepke for the words of both of your experience here, and that support must continue to be given to the survivors not only of Santa Rosa but those of Hawaii, and how imperative it is to their recuperation. That's just not when and I quote you or paraphrase you, when the news teams leave the site. It goes much further than that, and that was from a person who's experienced that. It was very important to hear and be reminded of. So thank you, sir. Afterwards, I attended a courthouse event that was faith-based, and I must really just compliment the folks out there for the amount of youth that they incorporated. Madam Mayor, please. The amount of youth that they incorporated into their programs, it's definitely a lesson that they can share with us, how to involve the youth into the civic process. I definitely see that they have a strategy book, which I'm definitely paying attention to. I did attend a SOUPS meeting last week in regards to hazard pay for agricultural workers, and I bring this up on this platform just because it affects all of us here in Sonoma County. And I do want to commend both Supervisor Coursey and Supervisor Gorin for understanding the difference between right and wrong. So definitely kudos to both of those individuals. I did attend Rams School and checked out their brand new gym, as well as took a tour of their campus. I'm happy to see the amount of technology that's being implemented into our schools in the Southwest area. I was very happy to see all the technology that I wish I had when I attended the schools there. And lastly, I did also attend the first of, I believe, Chief Cregan, for the first of 5 weeks of the program that was being held at the Boys and Girls Club. And the initiative there was to incorporate the community so they can both have the interaction, build relationships, and see what the daily operations are of our Santa Rosa Police Department. So I'm happy to see that the Boys and Girls Club is now being used as that hub that has been so sought after in our community, where the community can build the relationships not only with our Santa Rosa Police Department, for other branches of our government, and also in a situation where an emergency might arise. So we do have the library now, and we also have the Boys and Girls Club, which I'm very happy to recognize. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other reports from council members? Okay, seeing none. On 9/14, the Long-Term Financial Policy and Audit Committee met. We were able to review our revenues, specifically our tax revenue, and how it's been affected over the years. Also on 9/14, I was able to attend the Lime Foundation Gala, and I must say, I go to something like every weekend. So Sonoma County has the most nonprofits ever, but I think it is great because we are giving back to our community. So I was able to participate in Clean Santa Rosa, and we were on Sebastopol Road. And I made a note to know when I crossed over Stony Point that I was going into Mr. Alvarez's district. And I picked up quite a lot of trash. So I just want to let you know that I was out there picking up trash in your district. So next time I hope we can see you out there, and I hope we can get more participants from the community. I was able to meet with SRPD detectives. And as some of you know, because of my reports, I've been trying to go to all of the departments and meet the staff that we have in our city, because they do such a wonderful job. But they allowed me to ask questions and really to get to know the units that they work in and what exactly they do. And I was able to thank them for their service to the community and extend my gratitude and appreciation to their families for supporting them for doing such a hard job. This group of detectives deals with everything that the rest of the community does not want to think about or address until it happens to our family members or someone that we know. So I was very thankful for the job that they do, and I wanted to pass that on to them. I too attended the League of California Cities annual conference in Sacramento, and I was elected as the second vice president for the League of California Cities North Bay Division. So did want to report that. And I'm not sure anyone reported the annual Housing Champion celebration at Mitote Food Park, which was fun and it was exciting, and we do have some champions in the community. So we wanted to celebrate them, and thank you to Jen H for putting that on and allowing us to celebrate. I attended the 14th annual South Park Day and Night Festival honoring the late Vince Harper, which was great and had a lot of resources for the community and a lot of fun. 9/23, I attended the CHOPS Teen Club Fall Gala. So that was a lot of fun because I bid on a lot and I won. So I like to win. And lastly, on 9/24, this is our city. It was a movement of generosity in our city. They had live music, food trucks, and family fun. And this is the event that I believe, well, they were both talking about it, but when you said there was a lot of youth there, yes, there was definitely a lot of youth there. The event was a collaborative effort, but it was organized by New Vintage Church. So just wanted to thank them for getting everyone out into the square and having a fun time. And there were people there that had no faith, people there of all faiths, but we were out there having a good time and congregating together, so that was great. And I wanted to announce the town hall that we have coming up on October 11th at 6 p.m. the Spring Lake Middle School. So I hope everyone in the community is going to be able to come and participate in the town halls, and we will continue to have them around the city. So with that being said, Madam City Clerk, can you please facilitate public comment?
We are now taking public comment on item 10. If you are in the council chamber and would like to comment, please make your way to the podium. If you are participating via Zoom, please raise your hand or dial *9. You will have 2 minutes and a timer will alert at the end of the period. If you would like to provide your name, please do so before stating your comment. We do have one speaker in chamber. Sir, please go ahead when you're ready. Are you wishing to speak at the podium, sir? No? Thank you. We have no callers via Zoom.
Thank you. We will now move on to approval of minutes. We have one set of minutes, September 12th, 2023. Council, are there any corrections to the minutes? Seeing none, Madam City Clerk, can you please facilitate public comment on item 11.1?
We are now taking public comment on item 11.1. If you are in the council chamber and would like to comment, please make your way to the podium. If you are on Zoom, please raise your hand or dial *9. You will have 2 minutes and a timer will alert you at the end of the period. I'm seeing no comments in chamber and no public comment via Zoom.
Thank you. We will adopt item 11.1 as presented. Moving on to our consent items. Madam City Clerk, can you please read the consent items?
Item 12.1 is a resolution, professional services agreement approval, data instincts, public outreach, communications, and community engagement services. 12.2 is a motion, work order number A010139-216-29, approval, Coffee Park and Fountain Grove Neighborhood Road Disaster Recovery, Construction Management, and Inspection Services. 12.3 is a resolution, appropriation of CDBG-DR grant funds and contract award, Coffee Park and Fountain Grove Neighborhood Road Disaster Recovery. 12.4 is a resolution, authorization to execute joint standard agreements for the Affordable Housing and Sustainable Communities, AHSC program, and a separate implementation and mutual indemnity agreement for the Roseland Village Housing Project. 12.5 is a resolution, readoption of City of Santa Rosa Policy 200-20 and Policy 200-21 regarding the provision of priority water and sewer service to residential developments with affordable housing units. 12.6 is a resolution, approval of blanket purchase order with BMI Imaging Systems Incorporated for microfiche conversion services of Planning and Economic Development Department records. 12.7 is a resolution approving a professional services agreement with Quadriga Landscape Architecture and Planning to provide landscape architectural design and engineering services to prepare design and construction documents for Kiwanis Springs Community Park in an amount not to exceed $603,763.60. 12.8 is a resolution, extension of proclamation of local homeless emergency.
Thank you. Bringing it back to council, are there any questions? Councilmember Rogers.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a couple of questions about item 12.1. I'm not quite sure who to actually address them towards.
Good evening, Madam Mayor. My name is James Jensen. I'm the Deputy Director of Engineering Services for Transportation and Public Works.
Great, thank you so much. My main question about this is how this contract would interface with future communications and community engagement positions, especially, I know it's an 18-month position, but 236,000 when we just eliminated a position that was, I think, less than that, all included in terms of benefits and whatnot. So my question is really, I guess, between the two of you, wouldn't we be better served to actually hire the position we eliminated than to bring on a contract position?
It's a good question. In terms of this particular contract, it's an on-demand need. The reason that we're using this service in this instance is the depth and breadth of the project. It's a large-scale project, covers a lot of ground, and it's a fire recovery project, and we're really looking to go the extra mile on being proactive with public engagement. It's not a service we would typically use at this level for every project. So it's hard to say that we would have that consistent need for all projects that would justify keeping a full-time staff on board.
And I do understand, I love Mark. I think Mark does great work, and worked with him when he was on the council up in Windsor. Just wanted to flag this. It also says in the fiscal analysis that it doesn't impact the general fund, and I was hoping the city manager could kind of explain how or why, or whomever.
Assistant City Manager Nutt, you want to talk about the funding?
Yeah, thank you, Council Member Jason Nutt, Assistant City Manager. This particular project is being funded by a series of grant funds and allocations made by the City Council in prior budget years. For example, the Community Development Block Grant Mitigation and Infrastructure Funds, that's the lion's share of the work of the funding that's going in. But we've also identified gas tax funds, funds that were from the PG&E settlement have gone into this particular project. And so all of those components are being used to fund the three specific actions we're asking council to take tonight. But no general fund specifically described as general fund reserve is being used. PG&E settlement fund is a component of the general fund, but was identified during the 2021 budget year as separate and delegated in a specific manner, with this project being one of those in an amount about $4 million.
So for the grant funding in particular, is that flexible funding that we could use some other way in our recovery? Or is it prescribed specifically for community engagement?
So we worked very closely with the State Department of Housing and Community Development on what constituted an infrastructure project that would qualify to use the CDBG infrastructure funds. And while there is breadth in the description, this was the project that most closely fit our need and the scope that they were looking to fill with the funds.
Okay.
You're asking if that funding source could go to other projects.
Correct.
And what I'm saying is we spent 3 years working with Housing and Community Development. This project was the best and most close fit to what they were looking to fund in our recovery effort. We did look at other projects. There are other projects identified through the process that are receiving CDBGR funds. But when it comes to the infrastructure component, this was where our largest hole was in order to recover our community from the 2017 Tubbs fire.
Okay. And what's the hourly rate for the contract? Because I know that this is a not to exceed, and it sounds like it's based on whatever our need is over the next couple of years or 18 months for the project. What's the hourly rate for the consultant?
Yeah, the average hourly rate was about $170 an hour.
Okay. I'm fine with moving forward and approving it, but would like city leadership to take a look at whether or not there's a way for us to supplement with what I would assume is cheaper city staff to do some of this outreach and engagement work that we have a department for, particularly given our tight budgets that we're expecting next year.
And council member, I'll say over the last 4 months, we've been coordinating with the Communication and Intergovernmental Relations team on this issue. They did identify that they didn't have capacity to take on this large of a project, and we worked collaboratively in order to go out and solicit for this particular service. There will be tight coordination between the contractor and our internal team, not only from the standpoint of consistency of communication, but yes, if there's something that we can do that we don't have to utilize the consultant with, we will.
Okay, and last question, is there any urgency to us approving the contract tonight?
We'd certainly like to get this project rolling. I think the community has been very eager to see us get new pavement on the ground in the communities that were affected, especially considering the county came in 2 years ago and completed their project. From the standpoint of the communications work, we think it's better to be at the beginning early on so that we can start the communication before the contractor actually rolls into the community. With 33 miles worth of road being resurfaced, it's a sizable impact to each of the communities that will be affected.
No, I absolutely, and I don't want to come across like I'm not supportive of the project. Project's long overdue. It's the $170 an hour to have somebody do community engagement for us that I have heartburn with, but I appreciate it. Thank you.
Councilmember Rogers, you're going to leave that one on. You're not pulling it. You're fine.
I'm fine, and I can follow up with the city manager and assistant city manager. I think having the contract approved as a not to exceed, but then talking about how we keep constraints on the contract so that we get the best bang for our buck in utilizing our existing staff. I'm fine with it as supplemental for sure, but would definitely want to make sure that we're keeping an eye on it.
Looks like your point is well taken by staff. Thank you. Are there any other comments? Councilmember Krupke?
Yeah, on the same subject, might it be useful to go into more detail on what kind of outreach that might be that would exceed the capacity of our team's ability? I'd suspect, since we're talking thousands of homes being told they can't park on their streets and whatnot, that would be fairly intense.
I'll hand it over to our project manager, Felicia Ong.
Hi, my name is Felicia Ong. I am the assistant manager for this project in the capital projects team. So the services that Data Instincts will be providing is that they'll be providing media for 2 community meetings to inform the public. They will be preparing notification letters and door hangers, and they will be creating and maintaining a project dedicated website and establishing and maintaining a hotline for residents to call in with questions and concerns. And they'll be providing translation services and providing digital outreach and notification.
Thank you.
Are there any additional questions from council regarding the consent items? All right, seeing none, we will now go to public comment. Madam City Clerk.
We are now taking public comment on item 12. Or if you are in the council chamber and would like to comment, please make your way to the podium. If you are participating via Zoom, please raise your hand or dial *9. You will have 2 minutes and a timer will alert at the end of the period. If you would like to provide your name, please do so before starting your comment. Okay, our first speaker, go ahead when you're ready. Yes, you at the podium.
Okay. $170-something an hour? That's an excellent point, council member. A tight budget, roads falling apart, parks look like they've been abandoned. And you're going to bring someone on part-time for $170-something an hour? I don't think you're meeting your fiduciary responsibility, a word I've always wanted to use, by the way, your fiduciary responsibility to taxpayers of this city. Now, this is a mindset of the bureaucracy that I've seen. It's not our money. It's federal money, state money, settlement money. It's free money. Ain't no such a thing as free money. And that makes a very good point. And whether you call it the general fund or this special fund or that fund or whatever fund, it's all our money. And this person is worth $170-something when the problems we have in this city, I think you're making a big mistake here. A big mistake, an expensive mistake. Thank you.
We have no additional speakers in chamber, and we have no speakers on Zoom.
Thank you. Vice Mayor McDonald, would you like to make a motion?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to move items 12.1 through 12.8.
Second. Motion made by Vice Mayor McDonald and seconded by Councilmember Okrepke. Madam City Clerk, may you please call the vote?
Councilmember Stapp?
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers?
Aye.
Councilmember Okrepke?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming?
Aye.
Councilmember Alvarez?
Aye.
Vice Mayor McDonald?
Aye.
Mayor Rogers?
Aye.
That motion passes with 7 affirmative votes.
Thank you. Moving on to item 14.1, graffiti abatement pilot program. Madam City Manager.
Item 14.1 is a report, graffiti abatement pilot program. If the team could introduce themselves for the record, please. Thank you.
Lou Kirk, Assistant Chief Building Official.
Jesse Oswald, Chief Building Official.
And Gabe Osborne, Interim Director of Planning and Economic Development. And please bear with us for a second until we get the presentation up.
Give me 1 second, gentlemen. All right, go ahead.
All right, good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of the council. Actually very excited to be here today to present this program, and I'll just give a few of those elements that I'm excited about before I hand it over to Mr. Kirk to dive into the presentation. When we talk about private property graffiti abatement and really what it means to do that, I think it really speaks to the mission, vision, and values of our code enforcement team. It's very easy to get caught up into the enforcement side of code enforcement and the punitive side in code enforcement, but there really is is a very significant education, partnering, collaboration component, and we really look for voluntary compliance, and this program speaks to that. So it's really grounded in that concept. The second element is it's an area where we have identified a gap in our service delivery, and we're looking at creative ways on how we can close that. And we're presenting a pilot program today, which is we're going to try it, we're going to navigate through that, we're going to better understand the community's needs, and we're going to adjust. So what you'll hear today is many of the foundational elements that we've been talking about, but the phase one in this process is to really understand the needs of the community, understand that universe, and then understand a strategy for how we respond to that. So there's going to be some ebb and flow to the program, and if we're properly responding to the community, what we start with may very well be where we don't end because of the challenge of being able to adjust to their needs. So I just wanted to lay that framework. We'll do our best to answer questions, but there will be a lot of just attempting to approve the program long term, and what we start with may not necessarily be where we end because it's really adjusting to the needs of the community. So with that said, I will hand it over to Mr. Kurt, and he will dive into the program.
Thank you, Gabe. Good evening, Mayor Rogers, Vice Mayor McDonald, and members of the City Council. Staff is here tonight to present a proposal for the establishment of an 18-month graffiti abatement pilot program. Excuse me, there we go. There we go. Thank you. This program, recognizing the realities of limited funding sources, aims to address several key objectives. These include the generation of visible reductions in graffiti prevalence, restoration of aesthetic appeal, and fostering of community pride. As a proof of concept, this program would rely upon limited-term staffing and interdepartmental support to lay a strategic foundation for the long-term goals to address graffiti abatement for both public and private properties, thereby also establishing the infrastructure for upwardly scalable future program. This initiative would seek to contribute to the city's economic health, to create safer communities, to support development, and to enhance the vitality and resiliency of the city of Santa Rosa. These benefits align closely with council goals and priorities, representing a proactive approach to graffiti control. Before diving into the specifics of staff's proposal, I would like to take a moment to supply some context. Over the years, our city has implemented various initiatives and programs to combat graffiti. Notably, in 2003, Ordinance 3601 restricted the possession and sale of graffiti tools, while in 2005, Ordinance 3729, strengthened abatement efforts, emphasized the importance of prompt removal, and introduced other additional provisions, including parental responsibility for minors involved in graffiti and penalties for offenders. In 2007, a grant program enabled the creation of a civilian graffiti coordinator position within the police department. This grant-funded program ran through 2014. In 2019, graffiti abatement duties fully shifted to the city's code enforcement program and was absorbed into its complaint-based general enforcement caseload. In recent years, code enforcement has seen an increase in graffiti vandalism and its impact to the city's aesthetic appeal and community pride. Turning to staff's analysis of the structure and components of the proposed graffiti abatement pilot program, the overall concept is to establish two core positions supported by an interdepartmental team comprised of additional key personnel. The first of the two core positions proposed is a full-time equivalent, limited term, housing and community services / code enforcement technician. This position will play a crucial role in communicating and enforcing anti-graffiti regulations, ensuring swift removal of graffiti through their field presence. The second position is a half-time, limited-term community outreach specialist. This role will complement the efforts of the HCS technician by focusing on community engagement, needs assessments, and the mobilization of resources for graffiti prevention. The goals of the proposed program include an acknowledgement of the potential for disproportional impacts within certain segments of the community. In recognition of this, staff will seek to maintain an awareness of and a sensitivity to the capacity of individuals to self-abate graffiti that is found upon their properties. We aim to raise awareness of the harms created by allowing graffiti to remain and to emphasize education to prevent its spread. By fostering an interdepartmental team environment, we will strengthen our ability to address this issue. We also seek to explore alternatives to enforcement through the efficient utilization of available community resources, creating a cleaner, more vibrant community within our city through a variety of well-considered and consistent approaches. In terms of the fiscal impacts of this proposal, staff is requesting a one-time funding appropriation of $285,200. This includes $271,168 in direct staffing costs and $14,032 in incidental material costs. Importantly, there will be no direct fiscal impact on the general fund. It is important to note, however, that the program will automatically sunset in the absence of sustained funding after 18 months. To move forward with this program, we require council approval for this funding appropriation. Once approved, our next steps would include solidifying the program framework and refining the composition of the interdepartmental support team. We would also initiate the hiring process for key positions. Upon filling the positions, staff would commence outreach and engagement activities with the community and conduct regular progress reporting and evaluations. In conclusion, we recommend authorizing the city manager to appropriate $285,200 from contingency funding sources to establish an 18-month graffiti abatement pilot program. This program will include the hiring of one full-time limited-term code enforcement technician and one half-time limited-term community outreach specialist. By taking this proactive step, we can work towards a cleaner, more attractive city while involving the community and addressing graffiti-related challenges in a strategic and sustainable manner. Thank you for your time and consideration of this proposal. We believe that this program will not only make a significant difference in graffiti reduction, but also contribute to the overall well-being and pride of our community. Staff stands ready to answer any questions you may have at this time. Thank you.
Thank you for that presentation. Looking at council members, any questions? Vice Mayor McDonald?
I have a pretty easy question for you. Can you tell me how the public would contact you if they saw graffiti, or how the system works? Is there a number that they contact or an email?
They would be able to use our existing infrastructure for turning in complaints to code enforcement, and we would put out, as part of our initial outreach, additional information reinforcing that that would be the number and email to use, so that they would be able to get to us, and we wouldn't need to create any new technologies to have them get in touch with us.
So they contact code enforcement?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Okrepke?
Yes, two quick questions. First, would this program include properties that run along the smart tracks that tend to be extremely susceptible to graffiti and are also the first impression many people who take in the SMART train see of our beautiful city?
They would include those properties, and I'll add that those particular properties pose a unique challenge for us, one that we're working on currently. I've been in communication with representatives from SMART. They are reluctant to have just anybody enter onto their right-of-way for purposes of removing graffiti. And they have a process, an application process for the public that in my mind is expensive for the average homeowner to engage in. It's almost as if they're being doubly penalized. First they get graffiti on their fence, and then they have to pay for a permit to go onto the right-of-way to repair their own fence. So we're looking at options there. I don't have a clean answer yet as to how that's going to play out, but we're definitely going to find a way to address those areas.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Yeah, definitely continue working on that and try to find a solution, because that's something I think all of us would have a concern about, since that's a large first impression. My second question is, what kind of, I appreciate the rapid response note in here. However, what kind of interdepartmental communication would there be between you, and if I can interrupt Chief Cregan up there for a second, in terms of, I mean, I think we've all heard in terms of the graffiti when it comes to gangs and crime to kind of tell a story. Is there going to be some interdepartmental discussion so that that's not removed too quickly before the police can respond?
It's absolutely going to be an interconnected effort. I've been in touch with the chief and others at the police department and other members of staff throughout the city, and everyone is very excited to contribute to this program and support it. In terms of rapid removal, you're absolutely right. It's critical. The idea behind successful graffiti abatement is to remove it as quickly as possible, take away the benefit of it being there for a period of time and having it be seen. So with response to that, again, this being a pilot program, we have so many opportunities to create something that's very specifically tailored to this city. And I imagine one of the scenarios might be that when we're out taking photographs of the graffiti, we're sharing those with the police department so that they can keep track of those monikers through their own system and find a way to perhaps find the person responsible for it as a separate enforcement issue. They could handle the criminal aspects of the graffiti being placed there, while the rest of the team is working on the rapid removal.
I appreciate that. Yeah, definitely keep an open source of communication between the two departments. I think that'd be huge.
If I may add to the conversation, just to expand on the efforts, I was not being rude earlier when I turned my back to the council. I was speaking with Chief Cregan earlier about this very specifically. He had the delight in educating me back in 2018 or 19 about the former graffiti program that was very robust, and it contained all of the elements that you're probably envisioning, not just with the collaboration between police and or other agencies, say code enforcement. There are numerous other agencies that we've met with already, and we really strive to mirror and certainly improve on that program that was very successful back through that period. I was well educated. I spent a good hour and a half or more with Chief Cregan on that matter a few years ago prior to him being the chief, and he really had a lot to say about it. He was very intimate with it, and I really want to take the opportunity and learn from what personnel in the department still have. We actually still have contact with the original manager of that program, who is willing to speak with our team on how they did that and did it so well, along with the collaboration and connection with so many of the other departments and divisions within the city, including gang violence, gang task force, violence prevention, public works, so many, and our partners in the community as far as the not-for-profit agencies that are also really very willing, as the mayor so well pointed out earlier, to do work in the community. So there's a lot of ideas out there that we hope to really leverage. And again, I'm going to echo what my boss said earlier. Super excited about this program because I want to give us the opportunity to prove it out and show how successful it can be with this effort moving forward. So thank you.
Yeah, and if I may add to that, because I think it's an incredibly important point, and I think it gives some framework to the policy. You have to understand the difference between what would constitute typical street art and what has a violence prevention component to it, right? So there's an understanding about it, and then there's two different paths potentially to the resolution. And I think, as Jesse mentioned, we have to be in lockstep with other departments on what that looks like. So really, from an educational standpoint, what we're really looking at is a singular point of contact that can assist people in the resolution. And what I want to be incredibly sensitive to is, obviously we have a lot of people in the community that are just dealing with this and they're not letting us know and they're getting frustrated by it. So there's that outreach component, and then there's that singular point of contact that can get in touch with other departments. And if it's on private property, we handle it. If it's in the public right-of-way, we have resources for that. So this will help be that singular point of contact to guide people through the resolution.
Any additional? Sorry, I do have a list. Councilmember Alvarez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Understanding this is a pilot program, give us an idea of your determination, or how do you determine if somebody's able to pay for the fines if it goes to that point, or if you understand that a homeowner is unable to do so. Do you have an idea of what the metrics were?
Absolutely. Well, we're going to be responding to the property first of all, and we're going to talk to them. We're going to find out what their story is, and that's something that code enforcement does in every case. We get to know the people that are involved. We find out how we can best help them. And if people are able to take care of this, that's fine. If they can't, that's where the community outreach component is going to come in. While the technician is out in the field documenting graffiti and making field contacts and enforcing where necessary, the community outreach specialist, again supported by our interdepartmental team, is going to be looking to our big box hardware stores, our service organizations, other community groups that are willing and waiting in many cases to help the city, and they just need some direction. And we're going to go out and beat the bushes and find those organizations and individuals and sponsors and be able to bring resources to people that just can't take care of it themselves. And again, we don't want to penalize them twice. They've already been penalized by having graffiti. We're not going to issue a citation on top of that. We're going to find a way to help them. Now, on the other hand, if people can take care of it and just don't want to, we have the enforcement component available.
And Jesse, I believe this might have been on the tip of your tongue. Social justice, and I'm sure it's one of the things that you might have had a conversation about. I know that the original director was very heavy on those social advocacy program, and I'm wondering if that conversation has been had in regards to the implementation of this current program.
Councilmember, absolutely, and that's a key component of the underlying foundational element to this that we have talked about from day one. This opportunity was presented to me early on in our city manager's tenure here. It wasn't presented to me. It was just we need ideas to help the community. And this is one of those things that I knew existed out there that we were just unable to really drive towards. And our team, the code enforcement team, they are very in tune with the community and those, especially the areas that have more of the problems, so to speak, and the people that are in those communities. So that's why, again, I'm confident and excited about this, to just give our team a chance to shine at doing that type of work for social justice, for the betterment of the community overall. So thank you for the question.
No, I see it on your face. I can see like the great asset that it is to the community, taking a negative and turning it into a positive. And I do appreciate that I see that being the direction. My last question, how are we going to collaborate with the blue shirts that I see removing graffiti downtown? Is there going to be a joint effort? And what does that mean for not only downtown Santa Rosa, but let's say another economic powerhouse such as Roseland? How can we work together?
Please.
I love this. I love this.
Yes, we have great ideas, and I would love for the team to share. And I think that's an incredibly important point. It really is the concept that I know gets overused, but it takes a village, right? And the more we can identify resources and the more we can partner with the community, whether there are eyes and ears on the ground, whether we workshop this with them and we come up with ideas together, I don't think any idea is off the table, which is really what has us so excited about this program, because it does have really constraints with the funding, right? We're looking at a pilot concept. We're going to be looking at how we really scale this in the future and what does it really look like. And it may very well be, if we have that singular point of contact, that singular point of contact is engaging with a variety of different community groups, a variety of different organized groups to propose concepts and to workshop ideas. So I think that's incredibly important to the success of this program, and thank you for bringing that up, because I think it's a very critical point. But I would love to hear from the team, because I know they have great ideas as well.
I was going to say exactly what he just said.
I'll just add to it. Again, I'll refer to my brief conversation with the chief earlier. Being not maybe appropriate, when Chief and I have conversations about issues and how to address them, we have very similar thoughts, and we're typically very aligned on what that means for the community or the instance, but also on how to execute it in the appropriate manner that supports our community. The best I could do at the moment was give him a pat on the back and say, watch this, we're going to do really great things. If we'd have been in his office or mine, I probably would have hugged him.
famous last words. Watch this, right? No, but we have the right people for the jobs, and I appreciate that for that the whole staff and team is putting into it. Thank you.
Councilmember Rogers.
I just want to thank you guys for your work on the program. As the city manager is painfully aware, I like using graffiti cleanup as a tool for organizing our neighborhoods. And I hear in particular from downtown folks, West End folks, along the Greenway when they have substantial graffiti. One of the shortcomings that I see and I'd like to make sure that we address is have the resources accessible to community groups or council members to really go out there and organize people to do some of the work. And there seems to be a constant sticking point about the issue of public space versus private space. And in particular, what I see when I go out there, I mean, we had on West 9th a couple of weeks ago, not only did somebody tag the fence line, but they were tagging the actual houses. And we put in, we had staff go out there on Thursday, Friday. It was public spaces so that they didn't take care of it. Monday came around, and over the course of the weekend, everything had been tagged even more. Whereas if we had just had something in place to help people, perhaps that could have been avoided. So I'd like to see a component, and oftentimes we're talking about the back of somebody's fence, especially right there on West 9th. They don't see it as their property. They see it as the part of the fence that abuts the public spaces, right? And so I'd like to see in this program a way for us to address those issues as well, that it's, even if it's graffiti in a public space, but it is abutting the public space, excuse me, private space, but abutting the public space, we provide resources and we provide help. And I understand the equity concerns about some people could potentially pay for it, some people couldn't. I'd say if your fence, the back of your fence is in a public area and you don't address it, we'll help you address it. It just might not be the same color paint, right? But I want to make sure we get that covered sooner rather than later so that we don't get more tagging. And in this case, it was 3 separate times that gangs were tagging over gang symbols.
No, you're right on point with that. I think there will definitely be a grassroots component to this. Again, we've got the opportunity to tailor this. So I'm listening to everything that's said tonight, and this will go into the mix. As you're aware, TPW already removes a great deal of graffiti from public property. And again, that'll be part of this collaboration is, you know, when we see something on private property and there's an adjacent public component, we can let them know, they can reciprocate, and we're going to have that communication and again, that centralized effort to allow us to respond quickly. And I think we're talking about the same thing.
I think so, and I just want to make sure that we're developing this in a way where we're partners with folks. And I know a lot of folks get disenchanted because they did take care of it and then it came back, and they took care of it again and it came back. I want them to not feel like they're fighting the problem on their own potential property by themselves, but actually part of a team that is trying to lift up the entire community.
And that is our goal as well. Absolutely.
Great, thank you.
Vice Mayor McDonald.
I just wanted to say a couple things. Chris really did most of it, and so did Eddie, as far as making sure that this is not just a public, it's also private property, and how we're going to collaborate. And I want to say thanks to the current team that takes care of all of our public property. I know they are really good about getting right out and making sure that the graffiti abatement is taken care of within the city. So I'm happy to see that this is extending onto the private property as well. I still want to go back to my original comment. I'd like to make it easier for folks to get a hold of us when there is a problem. And I'm not sure that it's natural for people to go, I should contact code enforcement for this. So I don't know if there's a way that we could put it on our website or through communications of how to contact somebody, because I would say that that's just not what I would normally have thought of to contact anyone, and maybe you already have that in place.
I think we're certainly able to do that. We did that for short-term rentals. We put it on the website. We created a hotline number. I'm sure we have the ability to do that, and that's definitely something we'll deeply consider as part of our formation of this program.
And I think, I'm sorry, I think I could take that probably a step further and commit to that. I think we have My Santa Rosa app. We have a few different ways where we can engage the community, but I think some general concepts of spinning up a dedicated website, spinning up a dedicated email address, those are really simple things on our end that mean a lot to the community. So I can commit to that today. We'll build that out with time, but I think that's great feedback as well, and we will include that in our initial phases.
Thank you so much.
All right, any additional questions? Seeing none, Madam City Clerk, can you please facilitate public comment? Madam City Attorney. Madam City Clerk?
We are now taking public comment on item 14.1. If you are in the council chamber and would like to comment, please make your way to the podium. If you are participating via Zoom, please raise your hand or dial *9. You will have 2 minutes and a timer will alert at the end of that period. If you would like to provide your name, please do so before starting your comment. Seeing no speakers in chamber, we do have one Zoom speaker. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Hi, Council. I have a comment on the graffiti, but just real quick, did we skip public non-agenda items entirely? Agenda number 13?
We'll go back to that item.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to mention, I think we should take a hardline approach on the graffiti. I think we need to be contacting all the paint vendors, Home Depot, all the small paint stores, etc. And like I said, just take a hardline approach and just ban all Mexicans from being able to purchase spray paint and nip it right in the bud. So you guys were willing to take a hardline approach on free speech earlier. Just ban sales of spray paint to Mexicans. The graffiti problem goes away. Thank you. Goodbye.
We have no additional comments on Zoom.
With no additional public comment and seeing no additional questions or comments from the council, Councilmember Alvarez, can you please make a motion?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This Mexican with great honor would like to present this resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa accepting and appropriating $285,200 from the Sonoma County Landfill Settlement Agreement Funds to establish an 18-month graffiti abatement pilot program and amending the city classification and salary plan to add 1 full-time limited-term housing and community services code enforcement technician and a half-time limited-term community outreach specialist for a period of 18 months in the Planning and Economic Development Department, and waive further reading of the text.
Second.
We have a motion made by Councilmember Alvarez, seconded by Councilmember Rogers. And is there any additional questions or comments? Seeing none, Madam City Clerk, may you please call the vote?
Councilmember Stapp?
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers?
Aye.
Councilmember Okrepke?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming?
Yes.
Councilmember Alvarez?
C.
Vice Mayor McDonald?
Aye.
Mayor Rogers?
Yes.
The motion passes with 7 affirmative votes.
All right, thank you. It is now after 5 o'clock, so we're going to go back up to item 13, public comment on non-agenda matters. Madam City Clerk.
We're now taking public comment on item 13, non-agenda matters. This is the time when any person may address the council on matters not listed on this agenda, but which are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council. If you are in the chamber and would like to comment, please make your way to the podium. If you are participating via Zoom, please raise your hand or dial *9. You will have 2 minutes and a timer will alert at the end of that period. If you would like to provide your name, please do so before starting your comment. If we have more than 12 public comments on item 13, the remaining speakers will be afforded an opportunity to speak on item 17, non-agenda matters. You can line up at each podium. I'll start with this one over here on the right. You're being unmuted.
Our right, right?
Our right,
okay,
correct.
Thank you.
Yes.
Got it. Good afternoon, Mayor Rogers, City Manager Smith, and council members. I'm Joanne Jones with the Country Home Mobile Home Park. We really appreciate all that you have done for us, and it was a step in the right direction to protect the affordability of senior manufactured homes. But we can't stop now, and we need your help more than ever. Senior housing zoning overlays are an urgent matter for Santa Rosa, Petaluma, and Cotati, actually across the country. Park residents are finding their homes at the center of a bullseye when large investment companies come in to buy up the parks. The owners will apply anywhere from 50 to 100% rent increase, and at the same time make new rules by imposing the cost of extensive alterations to their porches, awnings, or driveways, making it pretty much impossible for the residents to keep up. If they're not able to comply with the new requirements, they are issued an eviction notice or forced to leave their homes. Actually, this happened at the Brookwood in Santa Rosa over a driveway compliance issue several months ago. The resident was served a 7-day eviction notice, I saw it actually, for insisting that the owner fix the park driveway, which belonged to the owner. The intent is to force the seniors out so that the park can then be turned into an all-age park and increase the rents. So we are asking you to start the process for the senior parks under rent control to be designated as senior housing by using zoning overlays to protect their designations from being changed to all-age parks. The Carriage Court is in the process of doing this now. So please put this on your agenda as an urgent matter. Thank you so much.
Okay, speaker at the next podium. Go ahead, please.
Oh, hi. My name is Sydney Cox. I'm director of the EMF Safety Network and Safe Tech for Santa Rosa. There are some dangerous bills in both the state legislature and the federal Congress. In the state, there are AB 965 and AB 1065. AB 965 allows telecom to batch applications of up to 50 or more for a city the size of Santa Rosa. AB 1065, a bit of background, there are billions of dollars authorized by the feds and the state to lay fiber networks along public right-of-way. It's called the middle mile. But now wireless companies want those free dollars to build out their networks, which is not nearly as robust as the wire fibered connections, and it uses up to 10 times more energy than fiber. AB 1065 allows wireless companies to compete for those dollars that are supposed to be for wired connections, and this further perpetuates the digital divide. We're asking Newsom to veto. They've already passed all the hoops, and now they're on the governor's desk for a possible veto. But there's another very important bill that must be opposed, and that's the federal bill, H.R. 3557. I believe you've all gotten this Stop Big Government Take Over Wireless Deployment postcard that we've sent out. And also, there's a new double-sided handout called The Fatal Constitutional Flaws in H.R. 3557. H.R. 3557 is really, really bad. I'm also providing a letter on the subject. It will basically make all telecom ordinances meaningless. The most important thing we are recommending for Santa Rosa to do is to harden their zoning laws now, their building codes, the fire codes, the electric codes, and even the aesthetics. Thank you.
Yes, next speaker, please go ahead.
My name's Tom LaPena. I'm the president of the Santa Rosa Manufactured Homeowners Association. To add to what Joanne said, the Petaluma Council will be voting next week on senior overlay zoning to protect their senior parks. The votes are scheduled for October 2nd and October 16th. I'm asking you to help my members and all the residents living in rent-controlled parks. Two issues continue to have my membership living in fear. The parks we live in are the last affordable housing for seniors and Hispanics in our city. Number one, I'm asking you to once again to please direct city staff as soon as possible to start the process to create overlay zoning for the 12 parks that are designated senior parks in Santa Rosa. Number two, please remove from the rent control ordinance the in-place transfer. Petaluma has none in their ordinance. This is just another phrase for a rent increase. Or consider lowering to 4% the current 10% cap to match the 4% cap, or please work with me to find a lower rate more acceptable than the current 10% in-place transfer amount, which will eventually make the rents unaffordable and destroy affordable housing in our city. Let's work together to keep Santa Rosa's rent-controlled parks affordable. We started this journey together a few years ago, and I have always said that I trusted this council to do the right thing, and I know you will again. Thank you.
We have no additional speakers in chamber and no speakers on Zoom.
Thank you. We will now close public comment and go back to 14.2. Madam City Manager.
Item 14.2 is a report, approve refuse rate increase effective January the 1st, 2024, set by Recology as consistent with solid waste collection services agreement, and authorize city manager to negotiate and approve a Fifth Amendment to the collection service agreement between the City of Santa Rosa and Recology, Santa Rosa, yes, and Recology.
All right, good afternoon, council members. Jason Nutt, Assistant City Manager. With Joey Henowitz's departure, the work relating to solid waste has somewhat become part of my more active work in the portfolio, and I'm just thankful that we have really great consultants to come in and provide us with more detailed information along the way. So today, I'm excited to be able to introduce Jim Howison and Carrie Baxter from the R3 consulting group. They have been working at our request to produce a detailed rate review study, and they're going to walk through that. I also want to let you know that Recology staff is in the room, and they are also available to respond to questions. And I'd like to take the opportunity to introduce our new assigned Senior General Manager, Logan Harvey from Recology, who is in the room as well, should we have any questions more directly related to the services being provided by Recology that are associated with the detailed rate review we're going to cover. So with that, I'm going to pass it over to Carrie and Jim, and they will go through the presentation.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members, and thank you, Jason. Again, my name is Carrie Baxter with R3 Consulting Group, and we've done a detailed rate review and been working with the city for a number of years, so we got quite a bit of background on what's been going on with your solid waste and recycling services. Prior to Recology joining, signing a new agreement in January of 2018, you had Rado Services providing those services. And at that time, the city had chose to go out to bid, do a competitive procurement process. With those new services came exclusive 15-year term with Recology services, new vehicles, new collection containers, all new equipment, superior customer service in comparison to what was being provided previously, new website, new outreach and education materials. And over the last 5 years now, there have actually been 5 amendments that have taken place. Sorry, 4 amendments that have taken place, and one that we're presenting tonight for you. In the franchise agreement, there are two ways to adjust the rates for customers. Both options are available to be used, one or the other. The first option is on an annual basis, the refuse rate index adjustment. This is the standard adjustment that would take place and has taken place over the last 5 years. This is based off of indices from Bureau Labor of Statistics, as well as the changes in the disposal and processing fees. And the second option is what is being presented tonight, which was a detailed rate review. So again, this is the detailed rate review is taking place of that refuse rate adjustment, where we look more closely at the actual operating costs and maintaining profit within the terms of the agreement. And I'm going to pass it over to Jim because he did the deep dive into those rates.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. So the city staff requested on April 17th of this year to go in and do the detailed rate review. In response, Recology submitted its application on June 12, 2023. And this is where R3 took over the actual analysis and the review of the application. So what that actually entails is we actually do check the math, make sure that the math is accurate. But not only that, we go line by line through the different revenue streams, through the different expense lines. We compare those numbers and the logic behind them to the franchise fee agreement, to industry standards, and we just do a thorough review to anything. And our goal is to not only confirm the numbers, but to make sure that those numbers are reasonable and rational. Part of the other part of the detailed rate review over the RRI process is it allows the city and Recology to reset the profitability of Recology at 90%, or that equates to approximately 11% profit. So what happens is, as there's more, pardon me? Oh, I'm sorry. They have different sensitivities. So as time goes on and rates go up and costs change, there's a possibility that the profitability changes as well, and that differs from what's allowed in the contract. So what is happening is the detailed rate review allows that adjustment to come into place, and we found that to be very beneficial in this case. Can I have the next slide, please? So the initial application that came in, the request was for 7.46%. Total expenses, which included compensation, vehicles, depreciation, things of that nature, came in at $32 million. And based on the original application, Recology would have been allowed a profit of approximately $3.6 million. During the review of the actual numbers, a financial analysis is being conducted. We propose the following adjustments in which Recology has agreed to. So compensation was reduced from $14 million to $13.2 million for an adjustment of $807,000 downward. Asset depreciation went from $3.75 million to $3.1 million. And again, that was an adjustment down of about $600,000. The profitability level dropped by $200,000, and the overall total revenue based on the revised proposed adjustments went from $65 million to $63 million. So what that does, that equates that to a $2 million annual savings for the businesses and the residents of Santa Rosa. Now, the adjustment drops down from 7.46 to the 4.33, which is actually, the 4.33 is what's under consideration tonight. So one of the nature of what we do is we do a comparison of rates by local jurisdictions to kind of get an idea of where things lie. And so based on our analysis, the proposed 2024 residential rates, and this is based against the 4.33%, the 20-gallon carts The pricing for the 20-gallon cart for Recology is approximately 51% higher than the overall county average, 26% higher for the 32-gallon cart, 7% for the 65-gallon, and then the final one is 11% for the 95-gallon cart. We did a similar analysis for the commercial and multifamily customers, and for a 1 cubic yard bin, the difference was 13. A 2 cubic yard bin was 20%. 3 came in at 11%, and the 4 came in at 17%. So on this graph, what I want you to, at first to focus on is if you go to the far right side, the very last bar that you're looking at is the proposed rate for a 32-gallon cart. The bar right next to that is the current rate that Recology is currently charging, and then all the rest of the bars to the left of that are the different agencies that came into play in the rate study. So when we're talking averages, Sonoma, Cotati, Petaluma, those are the different agencies and communities that we compared. If you look at the horizontal line at $29.50, that is the average, but the average does not include Santa Rosa's numbers. I just wanted to make sure there was a clarification on that. So we did the exact same thing with a 4 cubic yard one-time pickup. Again, if you look to the far right side, that's the Santa Rosa proposed at $817. The current rate is $783, and then again, the different jurisdictions and communities that we put within that survey. And on average, the average is $691.55, and again, that is an average, but does not include Santa Rosa's numbers.
And so one of the things I want to highlight in there, one is the information that Jim just went through. There is a detailed rate review memo that's attached that actually goes into far more detail as to how all of those numbers were arrived, what was considered and incorporated into that data set. But one of the pieces that is important here is, even though we're looking at the rates for each of these, the services being provided, the total combination of costs associated with each of those agencies is not necessarily the same. For example, we provide street sweeping services, we provide large debris pickups, we provide a number of things that other agencies actually aren't incorporating in their franchise agreement. So just wanted to make that clear, is that there are other costs that we've incorporated into our service requirements that some of those others may not, and that may be why you see the dramatic difference.
So this is our final slide. There are 2 recommendations before the council. One is to authorize the city manager to negotiate and execute Amendment 5 to the Solid Waste Collection Service Agreement between City and Recology. And the second is to approve the 4.33% increase set by Recology to be effective January 1st, 2024. It is not 2023. I apologize for that. Excuse me? No, you're good. Okay. And in accordance with the city's existing solid waste services agreement, that ends R3's presentation in this area. So thank you for your time.
And we are available to answer questions. And as I mentioned, Recology is also in the room if there are questions that are more suited to them.
Thank you for that presentation. Thank you for Recology staff being present while we go over this. Looking to council to see if there are any questions or comments. Questions? Okay.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So you mentioned in our services that we get, as part of our rates, we get street sweeping services. That's correct?
Yes.
Is there any sort of quality assurance or quality control or anything like that with the service that's provided?
Yes, there is. Actually, Recology, and I would invite them to come speak in more detail, but Recology does have a quality control component to it. We do get regular updates from Recology and the work that they do to be able to follow and track the service that's being provided. And so it is a component of their program.
So the one that's giving feedback on their performance and the quality is the one that's performing the service?
That's correct. Now, I will say we do receive feedback from the community. We communicate with Recology, and Recology's responsiveness has been good to date.
Okay, thank you.
If I could add, there's also a requirement in the, or a clause in the franchise agreement that allows the city to perform a performance review if there are ever any performance standards that are not being met to the city's expectations. That could be reviewed and considered as well.
As a follow-up to that, Assistant City Manager Nutt, has the city done any sort of internal analysis as to whether or not they wanted to go down that route?
Not that I'm aware of, and I'll say it in such a way that the conversation that I've had with Joey to date, we did start talking about doing a quality control and check. We didn't have the discussion about that specific clause in the contract. And so happy to consider that and work closely with Recology and our internal staff to determine how we would proceed. But we have been working with Recology to update and improve the services that they're providing with street sweeping, including their online presence so that folks know exactly what day.
Based on feedback I've gotten from my district, I'd like to see that conversation go a little bit further internally before we actually do engage Recology and go down the full length of that. But I'd like internally for us to do a little bit of have a conversation as to whether or not we believe that the performance is up to snuff or that it needs to be checked.
Very good. Thank you.
Councilmember Alvarez?
I do have to applaud the City of Santa Rosa for introducing street sweepers into District 1, and they're greatly appreciated. But I must also be reminded that just earlier today, one of my fellow residents made the comment that she came to District 1 and found the amount of trash unacceptable. And I'm hoping that that could be addressed, and moving forward, that there is a way that we can use the metric systems to show not only ourselves, but our community that we are keeping our streets and areas clean. Thank you.
Since we're talking about street sweeping, I think we have to move the vehicles because things just get pushed under the vehicles. And I've seen street sweeping, but with no notice to residents. And so it's really difficult to make sure that the streets are clear in order for the street sweeping to be effective if there is no notice. So I would like to see more notice. And I know they're working on it, but it's just not fast enough for me.
Mayor, if I could ask, when you suggest notice, what is an example of notice that you're thinking of?
Like when I go to San Francisco, even though it's a pain, they know that street sweeping on this day during this time, like they prefer for you to move your vehicle.
Thank you.
So.
Mayor, let me ask you this question. Do you know what day your neighborhood streets are swept?
No, I just seen and I only seen it once.
I think this is an opportunity for us to have a conversation with Recology. I think each of you all know I have brought this up on several occasions. It's difficult, one, to implement a no parking or parking plan when the first thing our residents need to do is actually know when to sweep. I have actually conducted my own audit, and unfortunately somebody who's ran a collection service and a street sweeping department for over 10 years, you know, I kind of know what to look for when I walk into a city. I have noticed some of the street sweepers, they don't go curb to curb. They go pretty fast. I know exactly what time my street sweeper comes, and I can tell you the piece of paper that I put out when he's supposed to be there does not get collected. And it's not a criticism, but it's a quality of life issue for me. Eddie will tell you when we walked his district, I was very clear that there was not a street sweeper that came down that area. I did talk to Joey about it, and I think a week later we did see street sweepers. So I don't want to put the onus at this time on our constituents, because I think we have to do our due diligence to make certain that, one, the residents know exactly what day they're supposed to sweep, and I think we do need to hold our vendor accountable. You know, how many hours are you sweeping? How much collection are you picking up? How fast are the street sweepers going? How often are you dumping? I think those are questions that we probably need to put forward to Recology.
And I'll say to that point, there are specific criteria in the contract that, to the city manager's point, there is a speed limit. There is a specific quality and methodology on how the street sweeper is supposed to impact and address the curb line, the gutter pan, and all of that area. So there is a methodology that's outlined very specifically. One of the activities that Recology did do recently, and again, to the city manager's point, what had been a non-standard schedule historically is now a same day of the month for every neighborhood listed on their website. And so I think that is a very positive step forward so that individuals can understand when their particular neighborhood is being swept, and it will be the same day every month, and that's a key.
In addition, I just wanted to point out that District 7 in our neighborhoods, we don't have a lot of parking to begin with. So to be mindful of neighborhoods like that, because people go to work at certain times, so it's a more ideal time to do street sweeping. And I don't know if you do both sides the same day. I would think but I don't know where people are supposed to park. I just know it's not effective the way that it is right now. Vice Mayor McDonald.
I think you mentioned it earlier, but I noticed in the staff report as well as the resolution, it has as starting this effective January 1st, 2023. Should that be amended to be January 1st, 2024, including in the resolution?
Yes.
Okay, so when the resolution is on the floor, I'd like to make that amendment.
It's already in there.
Well, he mentioned it, but I think we have to change the resolution.
No, the resolution has it correct.
The resolution says 2023. Really?
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
Okay.
Councilmember Rogers? Seeing no additional questions, we'll now go to public comment.
We are now taking public comment on item 14.2. If you are in the council chamber and would like to comment, please make your way to the podium. If you are participating via Zoom, please raise your hand or dial *9. You will have 2 minutes, and a timer will alert at the end of the period. If you would like to provide your name, please do so before starting your comment. We have no speakers in council chamber and no speakers on Zoom.
Thank you. Any additional comments or questions from council members? Seeing none, Councilmember Rogers, can you please make a motion?
Absolutely. Thank you, Mayor. And I do want to call out one of our good friends and colleagues, the former mayor of Sonoma, Logan Harvey. Not only is Logan a former mayor, but now working for Recology means he's my favorite has-been that there is. And with that, I will introduce a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa approving a refuse rate increase of 4.33% effective January 1st, 2024, set by Recology as consistent with the Solid Waste Collection Services Agreement, and authorizing the city manager to negotiate and approve a Fifth Amendment to the Solid Waste Collection Services Agreement between City of Santa Rosa and Recology Sonoma Marin, DBA Recology Santa Rosa, and waive further reading of the text.
I second.
Motion made by Councilmember Rogers and seconded by Councilmember Alvarez. Madam City Clerk, can you please call the vote?
Councilmember Stapp?
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers?
Aye.
Councilmember Okrepke?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming?
Yes.
Councilmember Alvarez?
Aye.
Vice Mayor McDonald?
Aye.
Mayor Rogers?
Logan, I am so sorry for my colleague. Aye.
The motion passes with 7 affirmative votes.
Thank you.
We have no public hearings. Written communications are attached. Madam City Clerk, can you please conduct public comment on item 16?
We are now taking public comment on item 16.1. If you are in the council chamber and would like to comment, please make your way to the podium. If you are participating via Zoom, please raise your hand or dial *9. You will have 2 minutes and a timer will alert at the end of that period. I'm seeing no speakers in council chamber and no speakers on Zoom.
Thank you. We will now go to item 17, which is our final public comment on non-agenda matters for the evening. Madam City Clerk, can you please facilitate public comment?
We are now taking public comment on item 17, non-agenda matters. This is the time when any person may address the council on matters not listed on this agenda, but which are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council, and if you are not able to speak under agenda item 13. If you are in the chamber and would like to comment, please make your way to the podium. If you are participating via Zoom, please dial *9 or raise your hand. I am seeing no speakers in the council chamber, and we have no speakers via Zoom.
Seeing no additional items on our agenda, I would like to go ahead and adjourn the meeting, acknowledging that this month is Hispanic Heritage Month, and I hope everyone can find some festivities to get into. Thank you so much.